All right, good morning again. Ms. Matias, we are live, we are recording, we are streaming. You may proceed with today's public executive review session.
Okay, good morning. Good morning. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing, review session for October 21st, 2025. Please note for the record that Commissioner Sciabetta is not present. We will begin with the special order calendar. New cases, item number 18, 1994 BZ, Volume 4, 3718 75th Street, Queens. Are your mic on?
Sorry, we can't hear the chair.
I'm sorry, my apologies. We received proof of initial filing and hearing notices, and this morning we received the community board vote to approve this application. So this is an application for a 10-year extension of term of a previously approved use variance for a continued operation of a public parking facility at the subject site. I just have a couple of housekeeping with regards to the submission. One is the color palette that has been used for the radius/land use map is not consistent with the standalone commercial. It's not consistent, especially when it's trying to show the commercial and office building. Different shades of colors have been used for that. So that kind of confuses it. Please make it consistent and follow the land use color palette that is used by Department of City Planning, which you can access through the Zola portal. And the reason for that emphasis is that a lot of it, of the review centers around what is the current land use around the subject site. And the map helps us understand that in addition to the photos that's provided. So the maps need to be consistent in terms of identifying the existing land use pattern. The last CO that was obtained was in 2012, and since then no new CO has been obtained. So I would like the applicant to clarify as to why there has been such a long gap. This is, again, as I said, this is an application for an extension of term. There is no change that is being proposed, and proof of continuous use is not required. I did not receive a compliance chart, but I would say based on the photos that's been provided and based on my site visits, while the fence is in around the site and outside is in good condition, there is a banner that is posted at the south side of the fence fronting 75th Street that needs to be removed. And from the prior Google Street View, there was a graffiti on the fence, though, I mean, when I went to the site, I didn't see it. So if anybody has seen it and it needs to be removed, please let me know. With regards to the lighting, I think all the buildings abutting this site have lot line buildings, and except for one building, which is a lot line building but have windows on the second floor, and the use on the second floor is a commercial use. So I think in terms of the lighting and the way it is placed, again, based on my site visit, it was very much focused and limited to the site itself. Again, I can affirm that it is an attended parking facility. And only thing I could not confirm was if the gate is closed during non-business hours. So if the applicant can clarify that, that would be helpful. And the site is kept in very good condition, and the pavement, the surface is also kept in good condition. So those are my comments. Commissioner Otley Brown.
They did submit a conditions of compliance chart. It came in with their last submission 4 days ago.
Okay, I missed it then.
With updated photos and updated statement.
Okay.
And my only question for clarification is that the hours on the signage on the site are different from the hours that are in the statement. So if they could just reconcile. So the statement says 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days, but the signage on the site says Monday to Friday, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., Saturday, 8 a.m. till 12 p.m.
So the statement says 7 AM to 11 PM, 7 days or
Yeah,
6 days?
7 days.
Okay,
But the
And-
signage on the site says Monday to Friday, 6 AM to 11 PM, Saturday, 8 AM to 12 PM, Sunday, 8 AM to 11 PM. I'm not sure if they mean 12 PM because that would mean it closes at noon.
I think,
So I think they mean 12 AM, but
Yeah.
anyway, that's on the sign that's on the site.
okay, okay.
That's my only question.
Can you repeat what is Monday to Friday on the signage?
6 AM to 11 PM.
6 AM to 11 PM. And 8 AM to 12 on Saturday.
Mhm.
On Sunday.
On
And-
Saturday, on Sunday, it's 8 AM to 11 PM.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted them to describe the site and indicate the lot area and the block and lot numbers in the statement. And in addition to that, I did look at the photos that they provided. And I believe they are like nighttime photos. They are not so clear, so I wanted them to provide us with some daytime site photos. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Yoon?
My only comment was the most recent FCO doesn't indicate the BSA approval, which was a condition of the last grant. So we need to make sure that any future CO also has a condition that the BSA approval is listed.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Got all that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. BZ calendar, continued hearings 2023-36 BZ 191 Edgewater Street, Staten Island.
Okay. I'm just going through my. So we see another revised submission. And in this case, the overall building size and the number of units have been reduced to address the increased value and the income stream of for providing unit types that would typically have luxury features. But I think more than that, as I was looking at going through all the submissions that talked about the steel sheeting for bulkhead versus riprap, why one is better than the other, discussion that we had last time. The applicant proceeded to go with steel sheeting because the adjacent lot has existing steel sheeting bulkhead, and they obtained the copy and kind of used that to determine the cost associated with the subject site if steel sheeting was used for bulkhead shoring. The applicant also clarified as to if the shoring would be required for shoring of the bulkhead would be required for as of right. And I would agree with the applicant that it would be required for as of right and also for proposed because the improvement that is being made is going to be of a substantial nature, and that even for the as of right, I was just looking at the Appendix G, and the application of Appendix G would get triggered if you have a substantial construction, which would be based on a improvement, 50% improvement of the market value, and there's a way to numerate that. But from looking at all of that, it seems the as of right, regardless of the change of use, any improvement on this site would result in a substantial construction, and that would trigger a lot of these improvements that would be required. So putting that aside and putting at the steel sheeting and all the revised analysis that's been submitted, which to me is troubling, and it is something that we had warned the applicant not to do, is not to change a lot of the base parameters. and apply the same rigor that's been applied consistently. And now new elements have been added, which begs a lot of questions as to why the evaluation of some of the as of right assumptions have gone up, especially as of right assumptions for office spaces and for storage spaces, which almost all have really not much of construction beyond than repairing the building as such. So and the land value has also changed. There are a lot of parameters that have changed. So it makes it very difficult to kind of review the initial submission, the latest submission, and the proposed, and why these changes are happening. And the justifications are absolutely not very clear to me. And I'll wait to hear from Commissioner Otley Brown and Commissioner Sheta. But what I'm getting at is one thing to me, and from what I have heard from this board is clear. And also something that the prior board in its review of the site had established, that this building structure is obsolete and that an as of right use is not viable. And even if I look at the initial proposal or even the subsequent proposal where the parking lot was removed from it, it shows that the as of right, and we all agreed on the board that the as of right use on this site would not be viable. So what is the most viable return? So the obsolescence kind of has been set up. And this is an existing building, which is 4-story, fully built, and then there's a partial 5th, 6th, and 7th floor on the southeast portion of the building. Now, again, as I mentioned, because of the changing regulations since the last time the board had approved to the current point, there's been a lot of changes in the policies. One is the Appendix G, the flood regulations, which will almost prohibit any development or any use of the ground floor. So that is one factor. The other factor is the PMAC. That's a new policy. There is a lot more sensitivity, awareness, and to work around that. So there are many other factors that are also in place. What I am beginning to get to is that after reviewing all of this and after so many rounds of review, and I would say we started this discussion exactly 1.5 years ago, starting the first hearing was held in May of 2024. And we had since then few adjournments and 3 rounds of robust discussions. And I think most of the time of the discussion has centered around the cost. And the cost kept moving around based on each one of these discussions. So I don't want to take any more of anybody's time. And I'm giving this direction. And it's for the applicant to take it or leave it. And that is that applicant eliminates the enlargement of the 5th floor and the 6th floor, leave the footprint that is being proposed for the 7th floor and replicate that on the 5th floor, 6th floor, and 7th floor, and that's it. And revise the financial analysis according to the direction that the board has given, keeping all the parameters consistent as before. And also, if some of the cost assumptions of some of the expense assumptions are standard for as of right and for the proposed, those are the costs that remain fixed. They should not keep changing with the various use parameters and other things. And I don't think that should also be the factor in affecting the cost prices. The factor in changing the cost prices really will be the change in the use primarily. So I am of the opinion that at this point, we should just move ahead with this revised modification and proceed accordingly. And we have Vice Chair Shibata. I'll let him settle in, but I'll go to Commissioner Otley Brown first. We are talking about Edgewater. I'll come back to you.
So previously, I had a lot of comments about the financials. I was concerned because the site value jumped from the first report to the second report. I had concerns because the construction cost for a building that was in existence, in which there was a lot of stress by the applicant that the bones of the building were good, were not just based on Marshall and Swift costs, but the costs had Marshall and Swift costs and also a cost estimator who estimated costs that even eclipsed Marshall and Swift costs for what was considered to be a rehabilitation
Right.
slash alteration. And then I was also expressing my dismay that the rents and the income, which I had not even commented on, were in flux and were changed even though there were no statements made. So I told them to restore everything that we didn't ask to be changed. And unfortunately, the applicant did not really heed my warning. And so I had told him that the total site value shouldn't exceed the 5.379 million, even though it jumped to 6.8 million. And they did bring it back down, but they brought it back down to 5.565 million. And that was with a completely new analysis of site value, which I didn't ask for. And then the construction costs went up from the previous report by as much as $5 million for the proposed and $3 million for all of the as-of rights. And I don't even understand what that was about because there was no conversation on the part of the applicant as to even we're going to adjust upwards because of tariffs, which I wouldn't have allowed at this point anyway, but it just jumped. And I have to say that this means for me that I have no idea if their final proposal is the minimum variance, because all of the different assumptions that they're basing their case on have gone up and down so many times, it's hard to understand where the truth is in this report. And what I often say is after a couple of times, you ruin your credibility here. And so I don't know what to expect. So I actually support the chair's downsizing this project because I think there is enough fat in all of the construction costs that it could certainly absorb a reduction in space. So I am definitely on board with the direction that you gave to them. I'm not going to go into any more detail because to me, a lot of it is bogus. It's just.
Yeah, I had a lot of notes on the cost prices that I saw exactly. And to me, there's no reason for that jump up. And especially if the argument is, if let's say you're going to use the bulkhead as the cost price increase, we had clearly indicated use the one that is the least expensive one. And if you're using the least expensive one, there's no reason it should jump up. It should jump down or at most stay the same. So, and it did nothing. It just jumped up without any clear explanation. So,
I just want to issue a general direction for not just this applicant, but any applicant. This is the way I see it. When you first bring your application to us, you bring a financial report that basically explains everything in numbers. It explains your entire variance case. At that point in time, whatever that time is, you are frozen in time. And if we're going to suggest corrections, we're suggesting corrections because we're not convinced by the assumptions you are making at that point in time. So if you as the applicant take 3 years to get it right, you don't then get the benefit of 3 years of changes in the economy and in the market. You are frozen in time, and that actually should motivate you to make your corrections as quickly as possible so you could finish the case and get your shovel in the ground. But you don't get to hang on for 3 years and then go, well, 3 years later, site values are more expensive, so now I'm going to increase the site value. Or 3 years later, oh, there was a drop in rents in this area, so now I'm going to take the rents down. And so that's for all financial analysts, not just the one here. It's just a general instruction. You are frozen in time, fix it for that point in time, and it's done.
okay, yeah. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start first with commenting on two things. Number one, the response from the applicant, which indicate on page, this is page 2, that it says Commissioner Shetta requested justification for the 8 million shore stabilization. and then it proceeds to stating that riprap is generally a low-cost method and question the need for a barge access. And then it proceeds to say that BSA advised that the riprap may be the most economical or most environmental compatible bulkhead option because it fosters the marine life, but it's not the most economical to install. The BSA noted that steel or fiberglass sheathing would be more economical. At no point in time, I did indicate that sheet pile is cheaper than the riprap. I didn't say that.
No, my note is very clear on that.
Yes,
We never
and I
stated
actually
that.
went back
And
to
I
the
went
hearing
to the, yeah.
at hour 2 and 6 minutes, and I listened to myself. I didn't say that. So thanks God. Then, if this is the case, that the story about this site work started with about 50 grand. And then later on, it did jump to 8 millions. And when I questioned the value, and I said it's not just too much, it's extremely much. It's probably a fraction of that. The applicant switched to a sheet pile. They said that they grabbed the drawings for the sheet pile next door. Design drawings, I don't think these are design drawings. These are just concept drawings. The reason for that is this: simply, everyone on the street outside knows the difference between the plastic, the vinyl, and the steel. Of course, the steel is much more strong than vinyl. If you look at the drawings for the sheet pile submitted, it indicates that the sheet pile itself, it's either vinyl or steel. So no engineer can design something and say use either vinyl or steel. It cannot be. This is just a concept drawing. And the cost based on the sheet pile solution went down from 8 millions to 2 point something. So that gave us an indication on how whoever is playing like with the cost for this site work thing. This is one thing. The second thing I recall, the last hearing and the hearing before, we mentioned this to this very specific applicant and two other applicants. We said, if the board did not ask to touch an item, do not touch it, do not change it. 3 hearings ago, I looked at the structural repair item and I said, I got a cost, I recall it was like $400,000. I said, I got this cost, but I didn't see feedback. And the applicant interrupted me on the hearing and said, it's there. And I said, can you show it to me? He said, I will respond in writing. The next hearing, we got no response. But the cost remained around the same. It went up actually to 1.4 million, from 0.4 million to 1.4 million. And then again, the last hearing, I said, give me feedback for this. I cannot take it without feedback. And I don't want to do the analysis for the building. And in this submission, we got a big surprise. Guess what? 1,670 pages or 75 pages. Most of them are pictures. The text is just 3 pages or 4 pages. And the cost went up to what? 19 million. Guys, come on, enough is enough. So if it was it was 400,000 and then 1.4 million and then 19 million. Are you serious? So that I look at this as an engineer as disrespect. Whoever submitted this to us it's an insult to me. If I question 0.4 million or 1.4 million and then I get 90 in a more than 1,600 page thick report, that's not good. I'm not happy with that. And when I looked at the report, structural evaluation and the need for retrofitting a building or a structural repair is based on science. It's not just haphazard. If you want to evaluate the structural stability of a building and whether it needs repair or not, you have to look at 2 things. You have to look at how much loading is coming to that building, and you have to look at the strength of the material that this building is built of. In this report, nothing is done like that. Just some pictures and tons of items, tracks, square feet, longitudinal feet. And then the consequence of this is, like I said, the 19 million. One more thing, the 19 million include actually the site work. If you look at page the structural engineering report, if you look at page 9, it says that the budget, the 19,001,700 dollars, it includes the work for the bulkhead in the rear. That means that the side work should have been excluded in this submission. It didn't happen. Again, 2.4 million were factored on. So, I don't know, in this submission, it was like tons of items that are not needed, that are not legit, was cost inflated probably to 20 or 25 times the real cost. And even that, the only report that is submitted, I cannot justify whether this is based on real judgment. Like I said, no material testing, no structural analysis is done. The engineer put a disclaimer, limitations on the report saying that actually I did nothing. I just took some pictures and I looked at the cracks, the quantities, and I factored in the unit cost. No feedback for the unit cost. So like I said, the cost for this submission is out of norm. I would agree with you, Chair, that the size of this project should be downsized. And even I believe even if we ask them to eliminate the addition, the expansion, I believe it's gonna be a very rewarding project to them. So let's wrap up and just put this to the finish line.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have comments on the financials, but I think everything has been said. Obviously, the amount of fluctuation in things like the structural repair and the bulkhead has been shocking to see. I'm not going to go into that. I think that to some of the other comments, Chair, I agree that using the existing envelope as the final envelope for the proposed seems like a good solution, given this is our fourth hearing. I also wanted to comment, I appreciated the PMAZ study showing locations throughout the city. There was additional noise reporting done. I wanted to respond to the WRP recommendation that no bedrooms be placed along the entire side lot line that is adjacent to the Sandy Hook pilots. That would kill this project. It's a pretty unreasonable ask. I think that if noise is truly the concern here, we don't have an empirical or theoretical value that we're working with because nothing has been recorded as being too loud or disturbingly loud. But if noise is the concern, that is solvable with window wall attenuation, which is proposed here at 31 dBA. I've worked on projects that are within 10 feet of an elevated train line, which is probably the noisiest thing that runs 24/7 in this city, I think. So I know that it can be solved. So I just want to say that the WRP comment to not place bedrooms along the entire length of this building is problematic and unrealistic. And I think we should just focus on other ways of mitigating the noise concern as the applicant has already begun to do. The isometric and the most recent set of drawings, the diagrams that you have on BSA 23, I think they still show some balconies on that facade. So if you could clarify if those are still there. I don't see them on the plans. But I believe
Yeah, I don't.
we had proposed, and I think WRP had proposed that balconies be removed on that facade, so they should be removed. But the diagram seems to be showing them.
Okay. Which diagram?
This is on, let's see, I'll just share it really quick. BSA 23.
I didn't see it in the plan.
The
Which-
what?
Yeah, I'm having difficulty getting
Yeah.
through my lineup.
Yeah,
also.
same thing here. It's not opening the files.
I'm just pointing
One
to
just opened now.
these protrusions, which I believe are balconies.
Okay, yes,
In the massing. So
Yes,
you
yes.
can, existing to be removed. Perhaps that's what it is. Maybe
Okay, they should
I'm
clarify
misreading
that.
the, I'm misreading the
Clarify.
diagram.
okay.
I believe they decided to remove the balcony.
Yeah, okay. I think
Because
maybe I just,
Plans, they were not shown.
they're not
so-
shown in the floor plans. That's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay, so applicant should clarify.
But that was all I wanted to say. I wanted to respond to the WRP comments because I think that would kill a residential project, obviously, to not have bedrooms on 50% of your perimeter.
Okay, all right, thank you. Vice Chair Shibata.
So I think I have a different tune. I was pleased that the scope has been reduced from 12 units
I'm sorry, Vice Chair, could you please speak up? We can't hear you on the recording.
I have a bit of a different tune. I was pleased to see that the scope has been reduced by 12 units and the FER was reduced to 271 to 237. I heard about the comments on the bulkhead, so I'm going to skip that. The balconies along the northeast and southeast side, that was a request by the chair. Those have been removed. If you recall, I stand by what our structural engineer has stated, and I have nothing further to say on this case. I believe this case has made large steps forward. But I still think, but I do believe that you have answers that deserve to be questions.
Thank you. Actually do want to go back to what Commissioner Yoon picked up on. I do want to thank the applicant for putting together the PMAZ, and I agree with Commissioner Yoon with regards to the recommendations that's been made in the WRP. I think of the 5 recommendations, the only one that is not solvable, achievable is the one that Commissioner Yoon was referring to. I think all the others, the applicant has already paid heed to that. And the board actually proactively, before even getting the WRP, asked for those measures to be incorporated. So I think with what we are directing the applicant to do, the rest of the project should fall in place. So, okay.
Can I just say, I'm
Sure.
looking at the proposed plans and I see balconies on the 6th floor. I don't know if it was a mistake on their part. And they
Is
didn't
it
take-
face, okay.
I think they're terraces at the set where the volume sets back. So they would be, they're, rather than overhanging or cantilevering balconies, they're part of the roof structure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to show something that I got from Google. Just to make myself one more time clear. Regarding the site work and the rear. Come on. Yeah, this is the condition for the rear. If you look at the adjacent properties, they have like a yacht marina here. That's why they have sheet piles. But if you look at this is the subject structure, the subject side here. It's just rubble. If we look at the pictures,
Oh, what happened?
yeah, here. Yeah, this is like a more global view. This is again, this is a subject site here. This is a site to sheet pile, a site to sheet pile, a site to sheet pile, a site to sheet pile. If you look at all of them, they have a yacht marina. So that's why they need sheet piles. But if you look at this here, it's just a regular shoreline. If you look at the other side, on that side, you're gonna see very similar condition to this. So talking about the stabilization and that even like heavy riprap work is not needed, is not actually like an extra from the board. It's not just we're pushing the applicant to do something that's not done. Yeah, this is probably a more clear one. You can see the shoreline here, just dirt and small, not even a riprap, small stones. So why isn't it possible to make the subject site something like that? Very simple. It's gonna cost peanuts. Not 400,000, not even a fraction of that. And that's what I was talking about.
Okay.
Thank you.
So from what you've shared, it seems areas that have active marine uses have the more
Yeah.
intense,
You cannot have a yacht or boat approach.
whereas the rest can be a riprap, like the way you don't. And as it would be consistent with the WRP review, because the WRP comment was that there shouldn't be any active waterborne uses that would be permitted, like you couldn't have like a canoeing or any of those things that
Yes.
would be in conflict with the
Yes.
maritime activities. So, so you don't need that kind of intense bulkhead. That's what you're saying.
Yes,
You could manage it with a river.
yes, and it's much cheaper.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Next case, please.
Item number 2024-09BZ, 401 Park Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. I think I would say on this one, a lot of this is relying on the submissions that's been made by the applicant that is currently under review at DOT, DEP, especially with DEP regarding air quality. And applicant has provided all the necessary calculations regarding the emission and such. Just an update that fire department has issued a no objection letter on in September of 2025. We did also receive response from the opposition representing Hercules Treating Corporation. And I'm not sure if I missed the submission, but most of the submissions seem to be centered around the issues of the school bus and the sidewalk improvement and how that should be. This was from the Swan Engineering. And I don't know if there were any additional submissions that were made with regards to the analysis that has been submitted for air quality to DEP. But by and large, I think in this case, the primary concern that, from what I can recall from our hearings, has been around the air quality. And should this use be permitted at this location? And if it is to be, what is the level of belts and suspenders that can be done? And I remain skeptical as to if anything can be done, but that is really for DEP to tell us if there is a practical solution that can ensure the safety and security and health condition of those students who will be occupying or who are currently already there, but who will continue, at least if granted, may continue to study there. So I don't have much comments, but Vice Chair Shibeta, if you want to add anything.
Thank you, Chair. I was very impressed at the last hearing by Hercules, the representative from Hercules Heat Treatment, and explaining the dangers of the air quality in that area. I don't think that's something that we should take lightly, especially considering that we're putting children there. So I did expect a more robust response. As you stated, a lot of it had to do with buses and sidewalks, but I wanted a much more robust response as to what danger these children are going to be placed under. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown,
I have no additional questions.
Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add on that.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I'm also waiting for the DEP review of the air quality because that is obviously a critical issue if they determine that we cannot find a solution that would work to have a school here. And after that, there would be, should they find a solution, there are still concerns about school safety and traffic that we would go through, but I think we're waiting for the threshold matter of whether the air quality can be solved.
Yes.
New zoning calendar, new cases. Item number 21, 2025-09BZ, 1616 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, this is a new case. We have received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community Board is going to hold a hearing tonight. This would be a follow-up to an earlier meeting that the board had held in June, where I believe the residents raised some concerns about the shadow that would be cast from the proposed project. And at that earlier meeting, applicant had agreed to conduct a study, which I believe is going to be presented to the community board today. We did receive one letter of objection. So this is a special permit application pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-50 to enlarge existing commercial building contrary to the required open area of minimum 30-foot depth within the manufacturing district abutting residential yards in adjoining residential district at the subject and development site. So this is an existing site that consists of 3 lots. All 3 are built upon. One of them specifically back in, I believe in 1980, board had granted a similar special permit to allow a 1-story commercial building, a vehicle storage building to build to the lot line. So the applicant is proposing to basically keep the existing 1-story structure at these 3 lots, but add 2 floors above of community facility uses and provide parking in the cellar. So this would result in a 3-story building, and the special permit is really not regarding the bulk apart from the required rear yard setback that would be needed because it is abutting a residential district. So applicant, with regards to finding 7350, applicant states that the proposed use is less intense than the existing manufacturing uses. The existing uses are to remain, and that would and that the proposed use is a permitted use, and as is the proposed density. Other than the rear yard setback requirement, the proposed envelope, applicant state, is within the permitted building envelope. So I would say the way I see the plan is literally has been to kind of take the envelope that is permitted on this site along from the McDonald Avenue street frontage and build everything to the maximum permitted envelope, and also maximizing the footprint of the building along the rear lot line facing a residential district by only keeping 5-foot setback from the rear lot line. Typically, if this site was on a block that was completely zoned for manufacturing, a minimum of 20-foot setback would have been required above the height of 1 story. In this case, there is no such setback that is being proposed other than a 5-foot setback. My biggest concern with this project is the fact that the proposed height, while we are not here to weigh in on the bulk of the building is setting back. It is, as I said, it is maximizing the envelope, but within that, the way to maximize it would be to build the building from the floor area, that is, the building floor area has been set back from McDonald Avenue. If the building were to be set back from the if the building were to be built from the McDonald Avenue up to the permitted street wall height and then set it back, how much of setback would be required from the rear lot line? To me, that is not very clear. My concern is specifically with regards to the some of the residential homes that are kind of at the tangent of the Dahill Avenue and Dahill Road. And those are absolutely, those homes are touching the lot line. And the proposed building absolutely puts no respect, provides no thought to that proximity of the residential building and provides only a 5-foot setback from those buildings. So at a minimum, at least a 20-foot setback has to be maintained from that portion of the site, which is abutting those residential homes that are built to the lot line of the residential. And the building has to be set back to maintain a 20-foot rear lot
Wonderful.
line for that extent of that portion of the lot. The remaining should, at a minimum, be at least 10 feet. 5 feet is not adequate. The second part of the discussion is that not knowing what kind of use would be permitted and the nature of the activity. It says community facility, there's a house of worship, there is a recreation space, there is a health and fitness, and there are these large spaces that are extremely tall. And the height of the building is not quite justifiable with the use that is being proposed. So any windows that are facing the rear lot line has to be fixed, has to be opaque, and the window wall has to be fully attenuated to ensure that no noise from this building structure can cause any disturbance to the residents abutting the residential lot line, even though there might be garage or storage structures that would be built. But the having these uses that will be active well beyond the normal daylight when people come home and well beyond 10 p.m. because we are not controlling any of the use factors right there because the use would be as of right. So to prevent any future change of uses that could result in noise factors that may go beyond the normal daily cycle of residential habitability, that section of the rear portion of the window wall has to be fully attenuated. The windows have to be fixed, windows have to be opaque, and the building has to scale similar to the way the envelope has been used to shape the ceiling of the building along McDonald Avenue. Similar measures has to be taken to scale the building back in the rear by creating a sloped roofline condition for along the rear lot line. So those are my recommendations, and I would like to hear from the commissioners. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further comments.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
I definitely agree with you as to the amount of bulk that is sitting on that rear lot line, even if it's only 5 feet off, that's not a lot. And it's a big imposition on the residents behind this building. So I expressed concern on how they will mitigate both the effects of the lighting and the noise, because it is going to be, part of it, I believe, is a house of worship. And so that's going to be noisy. And so they definitely have to provide us a plan for soundproofing that will totally isolate them from the people behind them.
Right. Oh, another thing, there shouldn't be any exhaust, fume exhaust or anything that should be located along that rear lot line. Because there's a garage downstairs. I don't know how that is going to be treated. So no, there shouldn't be any exhaust coming from that facing.
Jella has a hand up, but you want to wait for the commissioner?
I want to wait. Jella, is there anything specific to the discussion that we're having, or can that wait after all the commissioners have spoken?
It might not change much. I just wanted to let you know that in response, the applicant did say they were going to remove the ground floor tenants. And there will be new tenants in the ground floor, commercial. Just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments on the bulk and the envelope, and I have nothing further to add on this. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree that there are concerns here about the proposed building adjacent to the residential. I think 10 feet is too close, or I don't see a reason why it shouldn't be 20 feet everywhere. But let me just go through my list of comments. I have some concerns specifically about what's presented in the drawings, a lot of specific questions I'll get into later. Some of the statements made in the statement of facts, as the chair mentioned, like stating that the existing rear yard rear yard would be maintained. I think it's a little bit different on tax lot 21. Also that all the properties that are on adjacent lots have an ample space between the residential uses and the proposed uses. The homes on lot 99 and 96 touch the shared lot line, so that's not a true statement. It's difficult when you're reading a statement of facts and you realize that you have to go fact find yourself and find that that's not a true sentence. I think a rear yard study needs to be provided for all adjacent lots to see exactly how far each home is from the rear lot line, so we can make a better recommendation of how much space there should be provided. Because right now, the requirement that that the applicant is seeking to waive is 30 feet from ground up. And right now, they're proposing a 5-foot setback above the first floor, along with terraces lining both sides. So there are concerns about privacy for the residences and noise disruption and lighting, which was not adequately discussed in any of the narrative. It's also difficult when the submission is provided. I think we mentioned this yesterday too, but there's a big submission provided on Friday before the hearings, and it's difficult for us to be able to review all of these things and then note the responses to the notice of comments when you give us one working day. So I may be missing some things that were included on Friday. Let's see. Okay, existing plans were not provided. Is the cellar already existing, or is this something that would be dug underneath the existing building? The zoning analysis form shows that the max wall height is 35 feet. It should be 30 feet, I believe, per section 4343. On the plans, it's lacking a lot of information. We have 2 giant recreation spaces that are meant to be accessory to the house of worship. They're just basic questions about feasibility, 2 single stall bathrooms for a room that has an occupancy of over 800 people. Can you please provide some dimensions of the rooms and the overall building? Indicate the area where the rear yard waiver is occurring or being proposed on the plans and the sections and the elevations. Just generally, yeah, the size of the quantity of exits and bathrooms for the assembly seems out of scale. So I guess it's natural as an architect to start looking and seeing and asking questions about how fleshed out the drawings are and if the space allocation. Right now, we've just got windows and terraces lining this back rear yard, but we're missing a lot of information. So I'd like the applicant to respond to that. The parking layout doesn't seem feasible. The section EE on A011 shows, if you could show me where that section is taken, because I can't seem to find where that would be on the plan. You have a crossway, or it's labeled as a crossway. I think it's maybe a moving walkway of some kind that gets you from the cellar to the first floor, but it lands you right in the middle of a 1 and 7 ramp. So again, just feasibility of what's on the drawings. It's hard for me to take it at face value when there are a lot of things that don't seem to make sense. If you could walk me through that. And how do people get up and down to the community facility spaces? The plans and sections show along McDonald Avenue, there's a 150-inch high parapet on the 2nd floor terrace and a 52-inch high parapet on the 3rd floor terrace. And these encroach into the sky exposure plane. I don't believe parapets are actually permitted obstructions in manufacturing districts for this use. So please take a look at that and let us know if you plan to modify this or if you're seeking a waiver for obstructions in the sky exposure plane. And then the roof terraces, there's one on the main roof and then on all the setback roofs. I think as everyone's mentioned here before, we're not inclined to allow outdoor uses adjacent to the residential lot lines, but that would include, I believe, the roof terrace, unless you have some proposal for sound and light mitigation. I think that's the extent of my comments on this. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for very extensive and thorough analysis. And I will add to the street wall height that you talked about. I think my concern with the street wall height is that the applicant, for whatever reason, is proposing to set the floor area portion, the enclosed portion of the building from McDonald's Avenue. And that to me is concerning because that is also pushing the need for the building to encroach into the rear yard. If the building is built to the lot line, to the maximum extent the street wall is permitted, then you could reduce much of the rear yard encroachment along the rear lot line. So that must be done.
That is, yeah, I
Right.
think just for
Yeah.
diagrammatic.
Yeah,
sake.
and then the use that same the sky exposure plane alignment can be used for the remaining portion of the ground floor, and not to mention the height of the building that is going up. That is like what is the third floor? What is the height of the third floor?
The third floor is almost 40 feet, 38 feet.
So it's a 8-foot floor to ceiling height, and which I can only imagine what this would be, but the bottom line is the justification for that is not clear in terms of the setback requirement that is being asked for. And I think the way it should be done to minimize that bulk along the rear is to kind of provide a similar sloping kind of a roof line condition on the rear lot line to minimize the bulk of the building and while setting it back.
While we're here, I guess the way I've never had, as in my time here on the board, I haven't seen this permit come before us. And so the finding is that in appropriate cases, we can permit building within the 30 feet from the lot line that abuts a residential zone. And so what we're looking at is allowing this whole chunk of the building to be built, and if it's an appropriate case. And so I think the combination, as the chair said, of the scale of the height of each floor and the amount of floor area that you're setting back from McDonald and not taking advantage of what would be as of right in your building envelope is, to me, it seems quite a big ask right now, the way I see it.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Item number 22, 2025 16BZ, 583 East 23rd Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notice. Applicant has requested extending community board's hearing. But I think community board was supposed to hear it in September. I'm not sure if that happened, so the applicant can provide an update. This is an application for a use variance and a special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-134 and the variance 7221 to convert an existing house of worship that previously received a bulk variance to an ambulatory diagnostic or treatment healthcare facility that would be in excess of 1,500 square foot at the subject site. So the applicant is seeking a waiver, which is kind of the existing non-compliance of the building, which is the building height and the front yard waiver and also the parking waiver. As you, based on the documents that you reviewed, board had previously granted a front yard waiver to facilitate a house of worship. And since then, the site was rezoned from R3-2 to R3X. So what I want the applicant to do is to provide a zoning chart. Since the site was zoned from R3-2, which the board at that time had factored in as the baseline to allow for the variance, the applicant needs to provide a zoning comparison chart of what was then R3-2 that was permitted, and then what was then R3X that was permitted, and what is the current R3X requirement under the city of Yes. So provide all those three analyses together for residential and for community facility uses. So the applicant is proposing to convert an existing house of worship to an ambulatory diagnostic treatment care facility, and is not proposing any further changes to the existing building footprint. Floor area will remain same. Only thing is that the amount of parking and is also seeking an additional parking waiver. 12 parking spaces would be required. applicant is proposing only 2 on-site parking and is relying on curbside parking for the remainder. And parking, I think on-street parking analysis has been, study has been provided. So applicant has done travel demand, parking analysis, modal splits, and determines that the peak period will be 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. and the drop-off would be mostly along Farragut Road. Because of the street side regulations, Farragut Road would be best be able to accommodate most of the parking need, and it would result in 4 to 5 parking spaces. The applicant states that it also applied a very conservative modal split that was recommended by city planning and DOT. However, based upon all the reviews and the comparison, which I found, I would say, slightly confusing, what I want to know is how are the peak demand and modal splits being arrived at? Is it based on a similar operation in the area? And so the other question, so I want to now get into the findings. Specifically, I'll start with the special permit finding, 73-134. So since the site is not located in a lower density growth management area, pursuant to 73-134A needs to be met, which is regarding the amount of open area and the distribution on the zoning lot needs to conform to the standard appropriate to the character of the neighbor. So based on that, applicant has provided the analysis showing that the 50% of the lot area is developed with the existing building. And based on the average lot coverage analysis, it seems it's somewhere in the 37%. Open area is somewhere in the 62%. And the planting area is about 26%. So though the applicant has provided an open area diagram, the narrative on the statement of facts actually doesn't provide any of this information. So whatever has been provided in the study has to be explained in detail to justify the findings of 73-134. And so that has not been done. With regards to the variance application, so applicant starts with obsolescence of the existing building as the hardship. And the applicant states that that the existing building would need to be demolished to build a complying 2-family, 2.5-story residential building pursuant to the city of Yes. My first question is, why would a board approval be needed even for a different house of worship where to occupy this space? Any house of worship is a permitted as of right use, and it would be a lesser variance. And as of right analysis should be solely based on why another viable as of right use, including a residential use and an as of right community facility use, is not viable. Since the obsolescence is the hardship, applicant needs to justify why it would be difficult to repurpose the building to an as of right use. And there's no evidence of that documentation other than saying we'll have to tear it down to make the building compliant. And the applicant has cited legal cases to establish obsolescence. My request, and this is not just to this applicant, any applicant who is referring to any case laws, when referencing such case laws, applicant must include these case laws with their application so that we can follow the argument that the applicant is praising in the statement of fact by reviewing those case laws. Now, in citing case BSA case number 80-07BZ and 22-11BZ, I think it's 22-11, right? Yeah. Which, according to the statement of fact, has successfully established the obsolescence of the existing building and thereby constituting a unique condition since, quote, the structure could not feasibly be adapted to the applicant's need, unquote, and that in the case of the subject site, existing non-compliant conditions will require demolition to provide a conforming structure. This is like taking too many steps without even providing an explanation. We have seen many situations, and this applicant knows it very well, that when there is a legally non-complying building, it is almost like a grandfathering of an existing non-compliance. And yes, a waiver would be needed for these existing non-complying factors, but the question is, what is the additional extent of the waiver you're requesting? And in this case, it is the use waiver. And the applicant has made no effort of trying to justify why the existing legal non-complying elements would make it absolutely impossible for this site to be repurposed as two residential units, one on the ground floor, one on the second floor. And they will actually benefit from the floor area because this exceeds one FAR. City of Yes permits one FAR. So you are already working with much more FAR, and this is already a legally non-complying building. And all you're asking is for the ability to change the use and allow these residential buildings to be in a legally non-complying building. Similarly, why can't another as-of-right community facility be purposed in this? Yes, you may need to change the floor plate a little bit. You may need to rebuild the second floor to a full lot line. It may increase the FAR. Those are arguments that you need to present, but you cannot just jump to this conclusion that in order to make it work, I would have to tear the building down. So I just think this baseline assumption is flawed, and the applicant has failed to justify why a legally non-complying building would need to be demolished to a conforming structure. Also, as I mentioned, the FAR permitted for residential, all of that in the City of Yes has been extended, so you have more flexibility now. And so I'm going to direct the applicant that the applicant remove the reference to demolition of the existing building and to build an as-of-right building from the narrative. It is irrelevant, and it actually is not helping the argument at all. It is, and it is definitely not establishing the hardship associated with this site. So the applicant needs to go back to the drawing board and review it. Now, I looked at the BSA calendars that's been used as a reference. So BSA calendar number 22-11, it was at the time of the review, it was an existing warehouse building that was built almost to the lot line, and it was located in an R6B zoning district. So any conversion to an as-of-right residential building would have required legal lot line windows and demolition of 30 foot at the rear yard would have been required, which and even then it wouldn't have made the entirety of the building viable. So it was a completely different kind of form of a building and a site situation. So use that as a justification as to establishing the hardship. In this case is apples to orange. This site has front yard. The only waiver is that the front yard depth of one of the front yard being a corner lot is less than, but that does not prevent a legal lot line windows being located on any of the perimeter of this building. So this is flawed. With regards to BSA calendar number 80-07, which was the Clover House case, I think, again, I looked through the thing, and in this case, it was an issue of you had existing non-complying rear yards and courtyards, and you therefore could not build, and given all the other requirements to make the building complying with the latest guidelines, you couldn't fully build the existing building, and therefore the floor plate had to, it needed a different kind of modification. I don't think, again, it's an apple to apple. It's an apple to pineapple, if anything. So I therefore, I disagree with the argument that has been made, and a finding has not been met. So I don't know if I need to go into B, because a lot of the B is based on the fact there's a cost associated with the tearing down the building and the as-of-right. And so I don't want to take too much of anybody's time on that. With regards to the C finding, more than the bulk, the proposed use needs to be needs to be addressed. The justification needs to be focused on the aspect of the changes due to the proposed use. So regarding the statement made on page 20, which states, further, the existing church primarily functions as a place of worship and does not provide extensive social services such as daycare, homeless supports, or public meeting spaces for community organizations. Lastly, medical offices provide a comparable or alternative public benefit to surrounding residents. This statement would contradict the deference that has been applied for house of worship. So please be careful of what you state and how you state it. So you need to revise the narrative. The applicant needs to clarify the purpose for changing the on-street parking regulations along the building frontage along that is specifically along Farragut Road. Is it for drop-off and pickup or use for parking by patients and staff? All of that need to be mentioned. The 2 on-site parking that is being proposed, who will be using it? Will it be used by staff? Will it be used by patient? Because I do like the idea that primarily all the vehicular movements should be focused around Farragut rather than 21st, because 21st is a one-way street and it is the more residential, whereas Farragut is a two-way street. There is a lot more through traffic going through it and there is traffic light. So there is a way to monitor the vehicular flow more so in that way. So I do like the idea of Farragut being used as the main drop-off area. And if that is the case, then the plan needs to reflect that. Right now, the plan doesn't reflect that. Plan is showing still the main entrance is on 21st. The plan needs to be revised in terms of the orientation of the pedestrian entrance from Farragut to the building. And so that would require changing to the landscape and modifying the landscaping. This is primarily a residential area. Homes are fronting the north-south street, and the buildings along Farragut are generally corner lots where buildings kind of use the north-south as the primary frontage and use the Farragut as a part of a yard. So as I stated earlier, that I think using the Farragut as the main entry point, I would agree with that, but you need to change the layout and the configuration to make that work. And if the curbside is going to be used as the drop-off and pickup, then again, the entrance and the pedestrian traffic has to be contained within Farragut. It shouldn't bleed into the 21st. I keep saying 21st, 23rd Street. Also, the site needs to show, site plan needs to show the proposed area of the proposed street regulation changes and what would be the condition that would be imposed. I don't have an issue with site finding D. So with regards to the minimal, I know I spoke a lot about the neighborhood character because I think that is going to be a critical element should you be able to pass A and B. But the applicant needs to establish that the building cannot be repurposed as an as-of-right, which has not been done. So what the applicant needs to show and as-of-right use of a residential building, and if that requires maybe 2 full levels of second stories, and that would increase the FAR, that's a different kind of a waiver, provide that analysis and provide a financial analysis to show why that is not possible before you jump to the ambulatory diagnostic, and also why another as-of-right community facility use would not be viable on this site. Whether that requires additional floor area by filling in the second floor or other means. So please do go through that analysis before we can jump to the obsolescence argument. Applicant didn't identify if there are any violations. We did receive an objection letter from fire department regarding 2 outstanding summons. I think because the building has been vacant, maybe that's leading to it. But applicant can respond to that. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I certainly don't want to be repetitive, but I do believe that the applicant has to go back to the drawing board and fill us in on a lot of questions that we have, especially as whether or not as is this particular site obsolete, and if so, how is it obsolete? Because they really didn't make any argument towards that. It seems like their obsolescence is they want to do another project here as opposed to, and that's what's driving up their costs as opposed to anything else. Other than that, I have nothing other to add.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
So I agree with you, Chair, that this case hinges on the demolition and complete rebuilding of the as-of right, and that would fail. And then from there, it would flow into, this is our proposal and we're actually going to keep the building. I fully agree with you. You can have an as-of-right two-family home, one apartment stacked on top of the other, and you can actually make the benefit of this building, which is in really good condition. It's just not going to probably sell as a community facility house of worship. But still, the bones of this building is good. This building is sturdy. It's fairly recently built as well. So I don't see any problem with retaining the building and then actually doing a renovation. And then you would get the benefit of that fully built out cellar that it has too, that could provide accessory rooms for that first floor apartment. It would be really nice. So I would say that they should redo their as-of right to keep the building, especially since the site value is based on land with a very viable building that's in good condition. And that's driving the whole financial argument, because if you're paying upwards of 2.5 million for an existing building and land, anything you do on top of that is going to be a loss. There's no way in this low density residential, because it is relatively low density, even in the city of Yes, that you're going to be able to recoup that kind of investment. Especially since you're paying for it, then you're demolishing it, then you're building it back up, and it's almost doubles the price. So I think they have to start from scratch and show us that reusing that building as residential is not going to work.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. My first comment is please include sections and elevations in the existing plans. We want to see these elements added to the drawings. And then I'm going to start with the variance, because I did a look at the special permit actually, after I looked at the variance portion of the application.
Okay.
I believe A is not there. And I don't believe, I'm sure that it's not going to be there. The building is not obsolete, period. This building could be altered like a piece of cake to a residential building. I thought about the reasons that the applicant didn't say much about why this building is not feasible to alter into a residential building. And the only thing that I thought about maybe is the layout for the building, the circular portion at the end, and some locations for some staircases and so on. But let me get to the point. I have constructed some PDFs, and I'm gonna start with the first one, this one. Yeah, if you look at, this is the first floor, and if you look at the structural elements of this building, you have columns at the magenta circles here, and also here. This is actually, this here is one of the columns, this. So if with the exception of this portion, which is actually structurally supported on this ring wall and these columns, you have a very intact structure as per the submission. This building is not built in 1940 or so. It's a much more recent building. You have steel columns here and steel framing. So if you wanna just clean up the partitions here, so you're gonna get something like that. And again, this is, you have floor plate, you have columns, and you can do whatever floor plan you wanna do. The only hurdle here is, like I said, this circular thing. And if I go back to this PDF here, you have two choices, either to extend this and make the street wall here, or just put a street wall here. And to achieve one of these two options, the blue one is a piece of cake. You just cut the portion, the circular portion, and you have a floor plate which is completely rectangular like that. If you wanna make it the second option, the red one, you're just gonna need to add probably a column here, probably one or two column, actually one column, because this is just one column between this edge and this edge. You have one column in the middle, so you're gonna have to add one column here and one column here. Probably the footing is still there, the wall footing is there. So it's very crystal clear that if you wanna alter that building, like structural wise, it's no brainer, in my opinion, based on my experience dealing with these. The second hurdle that could be argued is the workspace. And I did look at the workspace here. And if you look at the work area, this red rectangle here, you have plenty of space. So you can put a construction fence, dig, add footings, add columns, and boom, you have a new street wall, you have a rectangular floor plate, and you can do whatever. Like I said, you can either add this street wall here, the magenta one, or the blue one. Okay. And the cost for doing that is gonna be peanuts. This building needs not to be demolished. It's an intact building. And my evidence to that is that the applicant wanna reuse the building but for a different purpose. I believe utilizing this building, especially with the difference that they got before, the variance that they got before for a house of worship, for an as of right residential, in the circumstances that the city is going through, the housing prices, I believe it's going to be very beneficial to the applicant and to the city as well. So.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I wanted to say that I agree with what Commissioner Otley Brown said, that the building itself adding or modifying significantly may not provide the same return on investment that one may have in another situation. But that being said, from an architectural perspective, it's a very, as Commissioner Shedd diagrammed, I mean, it's obviously a big open floor plate that has a lot of potential, and that no attempt to show a conversion of the building other than the proposed is problematic. So I'm coming back with some as-of-right scenarios for an as-of-right community facility use, and a as-of-right residential use should be shown with the existing floor plate. And I don't think there's any reason why one couldn't work with even, I mean, it's mostly a rectangle with some curves. It's not a complicated plan to work with. I think that there should be some attempt to show why something as-of-right couldn't work. For the 73-134 finding, the neighborhood context studies, there's the value for lot coverage shows 49% and open space is 51%, but the drawings show a 50% lot coverage. So please confirm what the actual lot coverage is. Also in the context study, sorry, it's the open space study. I think that's what it's called. Not the neighborhood context. Parking area says 0%, but the existing site plan shows 2 parking spaces and a driveway. And then conversely, the planting area study counts the driveway towards the planted area. So please clean all of that up.
Which they cannot. I don't think they can count the driveway towards the planting area.
Yeah, I'll just pull it up so that you can see. It's just not consistent with the way they're, it doesn't seem to be consistent with the way they're calculating the neighboring. I mean, the whole point is to compare it to its neighbors. And so here you can see the planting area is shown everywhere except for this kind of central landing plaza. But the truth is there's actually a parking area and a driveway to the left here, which you can see here.
Right.
So just making that more representative of what's actually on site.
Okay. Right. Thank you. I think that can.
I have one more thing. I believe it might be irrelevant, but I'll just put it on the record that for the cost for the demolition thing, they evaluated it 2 times. One of them, they came up with 99,000, and that was based on a consultant called Consult Map, LLC. So that the estimate was 99,000, almost 100,000. But they have like another estimate based on a budget report, and it was 170,000, so 70% more. And there is no justification whatever was utilized in the construction cost is the 170, not the 100. So I'm not sure what is the justification for just ignoring the 100,000 estimate and electing to go with the 170,000. If I'm doing this, I would even take like probably an average.
Okay.
But not just the higher number. So
All right, thank you. Did we get anything?
Hi, we did receive a draft sign off for Coney Island Avenue. It appears acceptable, but I will send it to you and you can decide. But if we're okay with it and the applicant is also reviewing it, then DOT will issue a final because this is draft. Thank you. Thank you. I'll send it over.
We'll need to review it during lunch break and I cannot open it from here. I need to go back to my desktop.
So this concludes the public review session for October 21st, 2025. We'll resume at.
I need at least 15 minutes because I want to review this.
Okay, so.
So 11:45, yeah.
Oh, my mic was not on, sorry. This concludes the public review session. We'll resume at 11:45. You all get used to sit here all day, right?
Get out of your system.
Okay, good morning again. Ms. Matias, we are live, we are recording, we are streaming. You may proceed with today's public hearing.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for October 21st, 2025. Do you want to do the,
We haven't received the official letter, so
Oh,
we'll
okay.
take that. as-
so leave it?
We just received it
Oh,
We just did?
this minute. Yeah, this minute. Yeah, I'm gonna email it to you, but
Okay.
it's the same thing.
All right, I want the commissioners to review it before we vote on it, so we'll vote it at the end of
Okay.
the public comment.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Prenga.
Okay, so good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Review public hearing for October 21st, 2025. We'll begin with the special order calendar. New cases, item number 1994 BZ, Volume 4.
Okay.
And the applicant is here. You want to step up?
Okay.
Press the mic. I have to swear you in though, Andrew. Raise your right hand. Yeah. Okay, raise your right hand though.
What?
Yeah, no, you don't have to hold it as far as I know. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Sam Schwarzen, and I represent the applicant for number 18. It is number 19.
I'm sorry, we
Can't
cannot
hear.
hear the applicant on the recording.
Is the microphone on?
Is it working now?
There you
Okay.
go.
There.
Do I have to,
Yeah, I think you have to lean into,
no, I gotta lean into it, okay?
You look
Sorry.
That's what you get for being so tall, right?
I know how you feel. I feel the same the other way.
I'll start from the top. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Andrew Schwarzen. I represent the applicant for case number 18, which is number 19-94-BZ, which is for an application for an extension of the variance at 3718 75th Street in Jackson Heights, New York. I've heard some of the questions before, and I can answer the majority of them now. Some of them were my mistake. The hours of the parking lot are Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., Saturday, 8 a.m. to 12 a.m., and Sunday, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. That was an oversight on my part. I apologize for that.
And Sunday is what?
Sunday is 8 a.m. to 11 p.m.
And Saturday is
Saturday is 8 a.m. to midnight.
midnight. Okay,
And then Monday through Friday is the same, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m.
okay.
The gate is closed and locked when the parking lot is not in operation. There was a question about some signage put on the fence, the green fence there.
Yeah.
And this was actually interesting because it was the building next door was sold, and the person that purchased the building said that they were looking to put in a mosque or a community center / prayer area for the neighborhood. And I believe it's like a small community center right now, like an outreach type thing. I don't really know. I haven't been there, and he put up a sign just so people would know where to go, I guess, on the fence. And I could either be the guy that says, take down the community center sign, or I could, if
Unfortunately,
it has to come down, it has to come down. I will tell him that
Yeah,
the board says
because
it has to come down.
your site has to comply with the signage regulation.
Right.
And that sign will make your sign your site not in compliance.
Okay, it wasn't a permanent sign. We didn't give them permission. They just put it up just.
You were being good neighbors.
So we were just trying to be helpful since
Yeah.
they just, I think they opened a few months ago.
Okay.
That was it. So if it has to come down, we'll take it down. I'll take a picture. It's not a problem.
Okay,
The gate hours, there was a question about a BSA approval. I think the first application that I submitted was missing an approval, but the second application I submitted had that approval. Ms. Prenga brought it to my attention, and I did submit it in the second BSA package that I sent over,
okay.
if that's what was being referred to. The only other issue, if I remember correctly, was the C of O issue that was brought up. Now, this is interesting because the C of O, the last time we put it in for an extension of the C of O, we were given a permanent C of O by the Department of Buildings to operate as a parking lot. So when I I spoke to several different architects and they said, what are you applying for anything for? You have a permanent C of O that says you can use it as a parking lot. You don't even need to go back to the BSA, which I didn't know if that was accurate or not. So I decided to come back anyway, just to hedge my bets and make sure I was doing the right thing.
Yes.
So it is a permanent C of O now that says we can operate it as a parking lot. And I just to give by way of background, to give everybody some, this is the third time we're here. We've been there for 30 years. And I can say that over the last 30 years, I don't think much has changed in the surrounding area at all. The majority of buildings are still the same. It consists of mostly first floor commercial and, second, third floor residential. I think there was maybe one building that was on the other side of Roosevelt Avenue, which is 3 blocks south of the site, that was actually constructed. That's the only new construction, probably in about 10-block radius, that I'm aware of. So the area, especially with the addition of the city bikes, with the addition of street parking being taken away for the trucks unloading, because there were so many traffic jams in the area, it's such a parking desert that it really adds a lot to the storage of the cars during the day. And I could tell you that recently, the Bruson building, it was the Bruson building, just changed hands. And it's about 3 stores up from the parking lot. It's a commercial building. The first floor is entirely commercial storefronts. And then it's got 3 floors above it, which are all office space. There used to be a school in there. There was a big fire. I don't know if anybody remembers it. And it was redone, and now they're refilling back up with offices. They don't even have a parking garage. So for all the offices around there, there is no other really parking. And with all the parking being taken away, as a matter of fact, I spoke to the owner, and the guys there were telling me that even the school that's 2 blocks away, they get a handful of teachers to come in. And now with, the class sizes being made smaller, the hiring of new teachers, they're saying, especially with alternate side parking, they get depending on the day, they get a significant amount of teachers coming in to park there, if they're running late. And the area can really, and this street specifically has a median down the middle, so traffic can get really horrible during certain times of the day. So I went before the community board. There were no objections to the parking lot. And as far as I know, nobody had any complaints. So everything seems to be running smooth. We're not looking for any alterations. We're not looking for any modifications. We've complied with whatever anybody's asked in the community board. The lights are aimed down at an angle that doesn't disrupt anyone. There's nobody complains to us about any issues. So with that being said, obviously I'll answer any questions that anybody has.
I can completely agree with everything that you've said. I'm very familiar with that area.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Any questions or comments?
Just the question of the FCO, it doesn't have any conditions or term ending, so it is a valid CO as of 2012. It doesn't indicate the BSA approval or the 10-year term. So now we would be requiring a revised CO with indication of the BSA decision and any conditions that we may have, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's procedure correct, Commissioner Yoon?
What's that?
That is correct. It does, unfortunately, the CFO does lapse along with a term, even though this is a discretionary term. Each new renewal at the discretion of the board of how much time, along with those conditions, must be reflected on a new CFO.
Yeah.
Well, I missed your question. You started talking when you.
It was nothing.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
No, I think Commissioner Yoon pointed out that the CO will need to be revised
Okay.
to reflect the term limit and pursuant to the BSA condition, BSA approval, and the BSA calendar number also needs to be included. That's typically is a standard procedure. So somewhere it probably just didn't.
Maybe it fell through the cracks. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it might be appropriate in this case for a little longer term.
Well, that's something that I was gonna ask the board about, is that because we've been there 30 years, nothing has changed, there's no complaints. If it's possible to make it either permanent or give an extension for instead of 10, maybe 20 or 25, 30.
I'm open to it. It's up to the commissioners if you,
I'm okay with a 20-year term.
Same here.
okay. Okay. So it seems what we would then ask you to do is revise your statement of facts, correct all the elements, especially the hours of operation.
Okay.
And clarify how if also one of the condition was do the gates close, and so you made that statement, but correct that in the statement of fact.
Okay.
And
Gates closed and locked.
and locked, yes. And in your cover letter, you can submit the photo of with the signage removed. That
Okay.
sign, the community facility sign that you are generously.
I'm gonna tell him I'm under orders to remove a community sign.
Yes, yes, because it's not,
Well, you have to understand the predicament that I was put in as well.
Yeah.
Because people come to me and they're, it's one thing to remove, a sign that's inappropriate, but it's for a community center.
I understand.
So,
I-
but
Yeah.
I will talk to them and
Sure. And then in your cover letter, you can state that you agree to amending the certificate of occupancy to add now it will be a 20-year term. And in your statement of fact, also request an extension, increasing the extension of term.
I did in my second one, my follow-up
second
one,
one, okay,
I did
you
at
can
the
see it.
bottom.
So-
Yeah, at the bottom one, I did ask for an extension of if we
To
could make the term
20.
longer.
Okay, all right, then that's fine. Anything else that you need to address? I think you've addressed all the questions. Yeah? All
Mhm.
right. Let's go to the public then.
Jill, the screen's coming up. There we go. Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 1994 BZ Volume 4, 3718 75th Street, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-111-863. Press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
Okay.
How much time you need to submit?
Well,
Oh, geez.
I'm going to make a recommendation that we close it because I think the comments are not going to affect our determination. So these are going to be editorial corrections, fixing everything that you've stated. So we need revised statement of facts,
Okay.
photo of the sign removed. And do we need to revise the plans? No, we don't need to revise the plans. So only those two need to be submitted. And
Oh, the radius diagram.
the radius
This diagram needs to be
needs to be
corrected to show the
revised.
proper colors for designation of residential, commercial.
Okay.
I would say the best thing would be kind of, if you can use the Zola map,
Zola map, ZOLA?
ZOLA. Who is the project manager for this?
Jella.
Jella. Ms. Prenka, can you just provide some guidance to Mr.
Schwarzen.
Schwarzen, about the radius map?
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will suggest that we schedule this for December decision. That will give you enough time to make all the corrections and submit at least 2 weeks prior to the board's vote.
So the submission date would be November 20th for a December 8th hearing.
20
Okay, decision, okay?
mission. Would you like me to come back in December?
No, you don't need to.
You
You can attend on via Zoom.
Oh, but I have to be present either way. So you don't want it?
Yeah, there's no testimony for.
You don't.
Oh, there's no
yeah,
testimony,
we're-
so
we're
you
going to
couldn't ask-
close it. We're going to close it.
Well, okay, okay.
Yeah, he doesn't have to, well,
No, you don't have.
he may appear by Zoom.
Yeah, appearing by Zoom is sufficient.
You won't be engaging with the board.
I won't be engaging with the board.
No.
Okay, okay. Just so I'm,
Just
I
let-
want to make sure I'm crystal clear.
Okay,
Okay,
the-
a motion to close?
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's it. Okay, thank you all very much. Have a wonderful day.
It's
Thank
good
you.
to see you again.
Yes, sir.
Bye. Zoning calendar, continued hearings, item number 19, 36 BZ, 191 Edgewater Street, Staten Island. It's Phil, Peter, and, I don't know anybody else. I never remember those people.
Henry Salmon and Josephine Lamatina should be joining.
Josephine, yes.
She is. And there's Henry. That's it.
Just us, everyone?
Yes, that's four of us.
Josephine should be joining.
Chris and Dara, your cameras off?
Oh,
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I didn't even notice. See, I can't see over, I can't see from here. See, I can't see it on my screen. Okay, there we go. Somebody else's hand is up. Amber Cartlin.
Oh, good. Amazon.
See, I'm only seeing Phil. I gotta look up there.
Josephine, put on your camera.
Yeah, why am I getting that? It's like I changed this view gallery. There I go. I changed it. Okay, now I see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Palante is not, okay, connecting. Okay. Mr. Salmon. Okay, everyone is here? Phil, is everyone, Mr. Rampolla, everyone's here?
Yes.
Okay. Raise your right hands. Please unmute. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond, whoever is the lead.
Phil Rampolla, Rampolla Associates Architects. We listened to the review session and I appreciate the opportunity to address the board. We do have some items to unpack from the previous case that put us on this path. What was very important is the value given to the property. Let me start there. We listened to the tape multiple times, and Commissioner Otley Brown's statement that we should just be valuing our property. The original valuation that was given in the original report was a blended value. We had included the underwater portion of the lot. We had included block 2827 lot 50 that was located across the street. When we resubmitted this report, We took out the underwater portion of the lot as value. There is no value given for the underwater portion of the lot. And we took out the value of the land across the street, and we even noted that the value is frozen in time back to 23. And I believe that value was $5,565,000. So that was our starting point. Then we looked at the original report because we were told everything is frozen in time on the value that was given to the existing sales for the condominiums. And they were priced as luxury condominiums. And that dovetailed with what the chair had said, that she said to me specifically, Mr. Rampulla, you're showing these luxury condominiums, but you only have one bathroom for like a 2-bedroom unit, and that doesn't meet the definition of luxury. And she was right. So we went to means, which gives gives guidance as to what a luxury apartment is. And I contacted staff and I said, listen, according to means, when we read it, it says that a luxury apartment has to have a few things. One, it has to have 1 3-fixture bathroom per bedroom. It should have built-ins. It should have tile work or expensive flooring. So we redesigned the units. And when we redesigned the units took up more space. And we put in walk-in closets. We put in built-in areas where we could. We put in tile, and we added bathrooms. So that's how we derived at the plan that you're seeing now. We use the value in means on a square foot basis for luxury that has those components in it. I'm sorry, Chair. You wanted to say something?
Please, no, finish your statement, then I want to say something.
So that we weren't playing tricks with value or the layout of the apartments or what they cost to build. Most of it was taken off means. I've identified what was not taken off means in my cover letter, and it's like a 2-part answer, but I don't want to interrupt your train of thought, Chair, so please.
So 2 things. One is, when I raised that question, it was based on the fact that we were looking at comps of luxury units, and then my question was, by showing a plan which lacks some of the amenities, by showing the proposed plan that lacks amenity and then evaluating it based on the comps that are luxury units with more features, are we purposely undervaluing the proposed units and therefore showing that the cost of return is much lower than what actually it is? Secondly, at no point did I say that should be used as the document. I think Marshall and Swift does have various tiers of housing typologies, from very standard generic to Class A and other high-end apartment finished featured things. So again, picking elements from different pieces to put that together also adds to the confusion. And I can and I will let Commissioner Otley Brown speak to that, but I found that a little bit concerning because we all along said use Marshall and Swift, and Marshall and Swift does give you that option of looking for a higher end finish building, and why that was not used is a question. Commissioner.
So as to your first statement as to the site value, in the very first report, you came to us with the site value that was 6.6 million.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Otley Brown, can you please speak closer to the mic? It's
So in the original report you gave us, the site value was 6.6 million. That included land plus depreciated building. That was upland, land underwater, land across the street, and depreciated building. I revalued that, cutting out land underwater and cutting out the building across the lot across the street, leaving only the upland portion and the building shell. And I got $5.33923 million and said that's what the site value should be. The second report, the site value went up again, and I said no. The site value needs to be reduced to upland plus the depreciated building. And I didn't argue the point about what your depreciated building value was. So I expected to see the revaluation come in at 5.3 million, not 5.55 million. So that was an extra 200,000. Then I went to the other construction costs because my other argument was, if you're keeping a building and this is a tightrope that applicants have to traverse when they're making an argument that there is a depreciated building and they want to keep the building, and they have to keep the value low for the site value because it is a depreciated building, yet they're making the argument that the building has more value, which bumps up the site value. On the other side of that argument is, if the building is a good building with good bones, as you have stressed to us over and over again, then I don't know why you've got so much construction costs added to that building that you may as well demolish the building and build from the ground up. And I made that statement that when you're deviating away from Marshall and Swift such that your additional costs are dwarfing your Marshall and Swift costs, that's problematic for me, especially considering you were keeping the framework of this building and the floors. And you're telling me this is a very strong building that should be maintained. So that was my complaint in the last report. And I said those costs should come down, but instead the costs have gone up. And although you've conceded to us that it actually will cost less to build this building than you thought, and it actually will make more money than you originally thought because some of your assumptions were off, when you look at the proposed residential building, which is now a smaller building than last submissions building, the construction costs have actually gone up by $6 million. And that's for what you concede is a smaller building. So I have to tell you, I'm at wit's end here. I really don't understand what's real and what's Memorex at this point. I'm totally confused. And you have to see that from my position, your credibility is shot because you're telling me 10 different things.
There are a lot of different things happening with this building. So we pushed back with Commissioner Sheta for the having to do a full-blown structural repair analysis. We did it. The gentleman came in. He's a learned man. He's an experienced gentleman. And he came in with a cost that was higher than I thought it would be. And he explains why, with the amount of jacketing that he has to do on columns, that there's 125,000 square feet of concrete slab repair. He talks about 2,100 linear feet of cracks that have to be repaired, and walls that have to be repaired. We did not include any of his mobilization, contingency costs, or soft costs. We only used his base cost, and even that at 11,190,000 was the number that was used in the financial analysis, because you can't get a structural repair cost out of means. So we had no choice but to use what a professional engineer would do a structural assessment on. I don't mean to confuse the issue, but that's the God's honest truth. And that also goes to the using the sheeting wall. I mean, I don't want to jump all over the place. So if you want to say something, please do before I get to the sheet piling that we used.
Yes, that regarding the structural repair thing, we started this with less than $100,000. And then it did jump in the last submission to 1.4 million. And I recall that two or three hearings ago, I did question this and you told me that. I said, where is the feedback? And you said,
I know, sir.
And I said, I didn't see it. Can you guide me to it? And you said, we'll submit that in writing. That was at the time, it was like $400,000 for the structural repair. And then next one was 1.4 million. Again, no feedback, just the number. And in the latest submission, the structural report, it went up to 19, including the site work in the back, 19 million, including the mobilization and demobilization and the site work for the bulkhead. That's what it was.
But that's not what we did.
The most important point for me is this. As a structural engineer and geotechnical engineer and a civil engineer, and by the way, if my experience is 35 years, I would say 25 of them building concrete buildings. And like I said before, tons of times, concrete buildings took. You in conclusion, your structural repair report is business. And this is indicated in the report itself. If you look at the limitations, the gentleman is saying, I know he's a structural engineer, I know he's a professional engineer, I know he's licensed, but he's putting limitations in the report saying that I did no testing, I did no structural analysis. So for me to come up with a budget, especially when you jump from 1.4 to 19 or 16, that 10 times or more jump needs some justification. And this is the feedback I was talking about during the past 3 hearings. To give me just some pictures and say, yeah, this column needs a jacket. Based on what? The column needs a jacket when it's lacking structural capacity that can hold the proposed load. If you look at the report, by the way, it did evaluate the building structurally based on visual inspection, and the guy says that he considered that the building will be used for manufacturing use.
That's what we were told. We were told your structural repair is to get that building back to where it was for the use that's legal, not for a proposed use. So his instructions from me was, what would it take to get that building back to a manufacturing use?
Yeah,
and
but
that's what he did. And in terms of further testing, he said any other testing that I would do would be destructive. And I don't think you want me to do destructive testing.
No, that's incorrect. With all due respect, he could have done just a non-destructive test. I understand that you're not in the final stage of designing this building or redesigning this building. I know that this is just an investigative report to come up with an estimate for the structural repair needed.
Correct.
But there are tons of non-destructive testing that could be done. For example,
All right, we're going to go on the rabbit's
he
trail.
could have bought a hammer for a 2,000 or 3,000, and he could have done that Schmidt hammer and just took one core in one of the columns that he believes its side is big, and just calibrated that and came up with an estimate better than what he put in the report. But to look at a column and say that, yeah, this column just need a jacket, and this one just need probably to sandpaper the reinforcement and put the cover back.
All right, so we don't, based on the report, Commissioner, based on the report, we don't know what he did. We don't know if he did a hammer or not. We don't know.
I know.
We're assuming that he just looked at it, but we're gonna go down a rabbit hole with this again. I hired a structural engineer to assess the building to get it back to manufacturing. I can't question the guy. That's his business and his profession. And that's what he came up with. I did not guide him. He did what he thought was best without doing further damage to the building and what would be expected of him for a structural report.
This is a question for Commissioner Shetta. So am I to understand that if this was to be not a building to be used for manufacturing purposes, then a lot of these jackets would not have been required? We could have let these columns just be.
There is nothing in the report that says the quality of the material that building is composed of is such and such. Like I said, alphabets of looking at concrete buildings. Concrete is not steel. Concrete is a man-made material. Steel is something different. It's grades, it's controlled. So when you check a concrete building, it's like a balance. You have two things. You have the loads coming from the building, and you have the strength of the material that's existing in the building elements, columns, beams, slabs, and the loads are mainly function in the use. For a manufacturing building, probably the loads is 50% or maybe twice the residential one. So if you're gonna check this building for manufacturing, that means that you're checking that building for loads like this. If it's residential, it's probably 50% or probably 60%. Then comes the material. The material, they did nothing on the material side. And the reason why? Because you want to take a sample of the concrete because it's going to destruct the column. It's called core testing. You go drill one of the columns, you get some samples, you break them in the lab, then you know what kind of material is this. And you compare the strengths to the load. And that's how you judge whether the beam, the column, the slab need a jacket or not. It needs repair or not. This is not. This report structurally is useless. Yes, I'm sorry. I know that a structural engineer put his seal on it.
I think the way I would put it is that barring all the analysis that one would have to do to make that clear assessment, the engineer made the worst of the worst case assumption and assumed that every little indication would require a jacket. So the number of jackets that have been considered is exponentially more than what actually would have been required, even if it was for a manufacturing building or for a building that required more load bearing than residential, because proper thorough investigation was not done. I'm not going to, I will put it that way.
Yeah.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, it is.
All right. So the person basically took the extremes of the extreme cases and kind of analyzed that, which actually therefore begs the question is, why are we evaluating such an extreme number and basing our cost analysis and factors based on that? So going back to what both Commissioner Otley Brown and Commissioner Shetta said, there is a lot more fat in this analysis that's been built in that when actually the building is going to be built and when you get into the meats and potatoes of this building, the actual cost may be much less. And so that goes to the question of what is the minimal. And I would agree with my colleagues on that one.
Especially if you want to do a reasonable estimate. Like I said, it's something like this bottle, but probably it's like 2 times or 3 times the size. It's $3,000 equipment. They can get it, do this to the car 3 times, 5 times, and then it gave them the strengths, a good estimate to the strengths. So when I put my word in a report and I sign and seal it, and I come up with an estimate, it's reasonable. But this is not done. They elected the worst case scenario in every single assumption.
Thank you. I think you've made that clear. So
while I have Mr. Salmon and Ms. Lamontina here, I'd like them to address more in detail how they approach the financial analysis, especially since we were instructed to change the way we valued the building by using cap rates and not cash flow. Henry and Josephine, please.
I have to say, I'm not even there. I didn't even get to I'm not even going to dispute your cap rate, to be honest. I looked at your cap rate, I saw your fallout analysis. I wouldn't even dispute your cap rate. I'm still on the construction costs. Your construction costs are driving this project. The fact that you have an existing building with, as you say, really good bones, worth keeping, and you're adding new construction cost numbers onto it that are amplified above and beyond Marshall and Swift is what I'm talking about. I don't care about the cap rate right now. The cap rate you chose for your as of rights, that's fine. And there is no cap rate for your proposed because it's a sellout. So you don't even have to go through how you chose the cap rate for me. That's just wasting time. We're really on construction costs, and I don't think that this is Mr. Salmon or Ms.
Lamartina.
Lamartine.
Issue. This is the issue with the decision to use both Marshall and Swift as well as an independent cost estimator at the same time, which are, it's muddying the waters. And because the assumptions keep changing, even though the building is getting smaller, it's getting more expensive per square foot.
But
As well as
Commissioner,
overall is what's causing me pause. It's not, I don't know what to believe. That's where
Commissioner, I called the executive director and I specifically asked about using luxury apartment square footage out of Marshall and Swift. And that's when I was, I did not get an answer right away. I got a call back the next day. And I was advised that if you're going to use luxury, look at Marshall and Swift, because it's not just about adding a bathroom into your units. It's more than that. And that's when we physically had to go back to the drawing board and redesign the units and eliminate some units so I can make room for additional bathrooms, walk-in closets, a little bigger kitchen, and some tiled areas, as well as some foyer areas. So we took it to heart and we did the right thing based on my inquiries after the hearing was over. And we were looking at our original report, which based the sales on luxury, and your instructions were, you got to go to that original court. You can't keep changing your numbers. Stay with the original report. Those are the numbers you should be using. And I took that as real. I value my credibility.
that's fine, but why are we at another $18 million above your Marshall and Swift costs? That's what I'm trying to say. It's like the amount of extra money that's on top of your Marshall and Swift costs, and this is an alteration.
Yes, because I was trying to, in all honesty, I was trying to save this one person. Is a single guy. It's not a company. It's not a development firm. I was trying to save him the cost of going to a structural engineer, because I knew it was going to be an expensive lift, and I didn't know where it was going to go. So that's totally on me, but we ended up doing it anyway, and that's the real number. And if Commissioner Sheta and if Commissioner Otley Brown read my letter, the structural engineer also advised us that, listen, this building doesn't have any lateral stability to it. You're going to have to add lateral stability. And that's when I went, oh my God, I'm just going to layer on more costs here. I don't want to confuse these waters even more with the board. So I put it in my letter that the structural engineer had pointed this out to us. We've taken no credit for that to add structural stability, which I think is a lot more money. And I just wanted to keep on going, hoping that
you did. Because you found out that the building was in worse condition than you thought, yet you didn't take down your depreciated value of the building and your site value. So maybe that's a shortcoming of yours, but you're giving me half of the story here. You're taking the half of the story that benefits you and not the whole story.
No.
So the depreciated value of the improvement at 2.6 million stays through all of the reports. At no point did you say, ooh, we're increasing our construction costs because we realized the building's in worse case than we thought, but we're also taking down our depreciated value of the building in the site value because it was worth less than we thought, because it isn't as good condition as we thought. So that's what I'm saying. When you're using a depreciated building value in a variance case, you are walking a very thin tightrope, and you have to make sure that you cross all your T's and dot all your I's, because all of those items are relative and they kind of are counterbalances to each other.
I hear what you're saying.
So as we keep rolling along and you keep telling us the reasons why this report is more valid than the last report, which was more valid than the last report, which is more valid than the last report, I have to ask myself, why did you even give us that first report? What was that? Or what is this? You have to understand my position. Right now, I'm spinning around here. I don't know which report is the accurate report that we really have to pay attention to. I've looked at 4.
I understand, but we didn't push,
I don't want to
we
keep-
didn't push back on the valuation of adding absolutely not one single dollar for land underwater. There's value there, and we should take it, but you're not allowing us to.
There is no value on the land underwater. You cannot build anything on it. So I'm not sure what is the value of it.
That's not true,
And
Chair.
that is something that
Don't
has been,
interrupt the chair, please.
please, and that is something right from the beginning, on the very first day, when we identified that, and I can go back to my notes, but that was very clear. If there is no FAR that can be generated from the land underwater, it cannot be counted as a valuable land. Therefore, that needs to be eliminated. That was a very clear direction. So I'm not sure why we need to acknowledge that and therefore allow you to subtract or add that in number somewhere else. And more importantly, Commissioner Otley Brown had directed, actually, everybody here directed the team that you need to fix the number, not add new numbers and not add new evaluation methodologies and structures. So every time there's a whole new procedure and whole new standard that is being brought, which is absolutely not what we asked for. And the other part is that if this building needs structural stability for an as-of-right use, if all of these jacketing and everything would be needed for as-of-right use, then that's just a cost of doing business in this existing building. Why is that added and looked at as a separate cost?
I also want to add that if you look at the previous time you were here for this case, I don't know if it was you, but whoever brought this case before us in 2005,
Wasn't me.
the board said, we will
Yes.
not allow the land
Exactly.
underwater, take it out of the site value. And that was prior to me, but I went back and in all of this and read through the resolution.
Right,
And so the previous board did not allow for that
Right.
cost.
exactly. Thank you for, that's what I seem to remember reading that. Yes, that's right.
And Chair, even you said we asked it to fix the numbers, not to submit a new report. We didn't ask even to, I didn't have the ambition to fix the numbers back then, and I didn't ask for the numbers to be fixed.
But
The
I
one
didn't,
the structural repair, I said, just give me a feedback. And I recall that Commissioner Brown indicated, if we didn't ask
Yeah,
to change something, do not touch it.
Right. I think our instruction has been very clear, and I'm sorry that somehow or the other, the message is not getting through. And I'm at this point, we're at the total of 5 hearings, 2 adjournments, 3 hearings that we have had in a 1.5-year time period. And I don't think the needle has moved much. Yes, I would acknowledge that you have provided a very thorough PMAZ report, and you have reshaped the building and made changes to the lot of the concerns that would address WRP recommendations and the board recommendations. But I am at this point not going to entertain any more new evaluation methodologies or process. Just keep what we had before and not do the 5th floor enlargement. Keep the floor plate of 5th floor, 6th floor, and 7th the same. The 7th floor plate is what I'm referring to. Just keep that same across 4th, 5th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and just call it a day. And I think that would be and figure out a way to make your financing work within that. Whatever evaluation method you use, just make I would say just reverse engineer it to make it work, because I'm at this point, we're at an impasse. And I don't want to have another round of hearing where we are going to go through, but this methodology, that methodology, and this engineering report. We do sometimes see engineering reports when we have, when we do see a new obsolescence argument. But every argument is very clearly justified, and here the situation just keeps changing. It's not, it's sometimes we're like, again, going back to Commissioner Otley Brown's question, we're almost you almost are making us question, is the building worth even keeping it? And it's that balancing act of the obsolescence with the structure being really good to the amount of work that would need it. So I am really kind of trying to keep this argument still strong that yes, the board does believe there is obsolescence for it to be used as of right. What is the viable use? Viable use is residential use. And if the residential use is viable, we are recommending that you limit it to what the existing envelope is and then proceed. And don't really go beyond that. I don't want to take this to another round of hearing with another scale of review and evaluation and financing. We are not going anywhere, unfortunately. I hate to say this.
And based on the numbers, I would say the proposal you just indicated, Chair, I am positive that's going to be more than rewarding for the developer.
I can't hear, I didn't understand.
The building cannot be.
Can you speak into the mic?
The building cannot be that like bad based on the report that's submitted. This is a manufacturing building. It looks to me, I have seen like probably 100 pictures from the site visits. I did look at some spalling concrete. Yes, right now probably it has some like dangerous portions where concrete is falling, need to be looked at. But this is a building that was designed for manufacturing use. The load, again, the light load for this building is probably 2 times the proposed residential. And the elements, based on my experience, I did look at the columns, the slabs, the beams. The element sizes look more than decent, very generous to residential use. Yes, it might need to be like modified to add some shear walls for lateral stability, but I would say that the repair cost for this building to make it work as a residential is probably no more than 10% of the latest number submitted. Probably it's even less.
All right. So as you can see, there's a big divergence. So I really am directing you, consider this recommendation and revise your applications accordingly. Because what you're stating is in completely contrary. I think we are moving further with each hearing. We are actually moving further and further away. We're not getting closer.
I hear you, Chair. I will take your advice.
Okay, go to the public.
Okay. Any other comments? Let's go to the public, please.
The case that we're currently discussing is 2023-36BZ 191 Edgewater Street, Staten Island. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the Weber ID number 161-111-8634 and press the pound sign. The next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment.
No, should we close?
Mhm.
We're done.
They would need to actually respond. I mean, there's quite a bit of changes that
We could leave it open for their submission.
Okay.
Okay. All right. All right.
What
How
am I
much?
doing? What am I doing about, if this is like do or die, I'm taking off another 8 units. I'm only going to use the existing building. There is not an agreement on what the structural stability.
Can you, sorry, can you speak a little bit louder?
We're at the point where you're looking to close the hearing and set for a decision, but I have a lot of changes to make. And that is to go back to just using the existing building. I'm going to remove 8 units. I think it's 8 or 9 units off of that 5th floor. I have to change my, my pro forma on what the income and expense would be. And then my question is, in terms of costs, what am I doing about the structural repair if we don't have agreement on that number?
I
If
think the chair gave you a clear instruction to reverse engineer that report so that it works. Details of which don't have to be given, just at the end of the day, you're going to come with a financial that says, this is a feasible alternative to the as of right, and it is our minimum variance. And we can show in the financials how it all works out to a suitable return. How you get there, that's on you. But at the bottom line, when I read that financial and when Commissioner Shetter reads that financial, it's going to flow beautifully and totally support the envelope that we have allowed.
I'm not sure if this is gonna fly. I have a suggestion. Is it possible to look at the building? Right now, we're looking at the building as a depreciated building plus repair cost. And then when you add up both, it's much more than Marshall and Swift for a similar building that's newly built. Is it possible that instead of this approach, to just value the building as a new construction and consider this as the depreciated plus the repair in like.
However it gets them
Yeah.
to the final
Number.
number that supports the chair's statement that you will build within the existing envelope. End of story. If it's 1 + 3 = 4, or it's 2 + 2 = 4, as long as it equals 4 at the end of the day, that's all we want to see. What we don't want to see is that you come back and go, oh, we did it and it doesn't work, because now there's some extra cost that we didn't think about. And so we really want to reopen the hearing and expand the existing floor plate. We don't want to see that.
Is that,
What,
does that help?
not a lot, to be honest.
If you eliminate the site work and you eliminate the repair, put them away. And look at this building as newly constructed building, as if it was depreciated and you renewed that building and you added to it. If Marshall and Swift give you.
Commissioner Shetter, I'm not going to suggest that. I'm going to leave it up to the applicant to decide how they want to arrive at the conclusion. I don't.
Okay.
I'm not giving him direction to
No,
do something.
I don't want
It
anything on
opens
record.
Another can of
Right,
worms
yeah.
when you do that.
Yeah, it would open another can of worm and another methodology I don't want. I want us to stick to what we have and just make it work. If you think you can make it work, if you cannot make it work, then withdraw the application.
Well, the only other thing, I'm looking down the road, if I can't make it work, I would try to add more units within the existing footprint of the building. That's going to change everything.
That's their call.
However you want to do it. You
Right.
want to have more smaller units, and if more smaller units work for you, more smaller units.
Right, and then your comps and all of those things would those need to be revised?
I would not revise anything that we have already
Okay,
accepted.
okay.
So if they're going to revise the construction costs, do not revise them so that they end up being even higher total dollar amount than they are right now for a building that will get even smaller than the building that you've provided to us with higher costs that's even smaller than the building you provided to us before. It can't keep going like that.
Understood. Thank you for the opportunity.
The vote?
All right. All right, how much time will you need to make all of these documents? Because statement of fact needs to be revised, environmental needs to be revised, plans need to be revised.
I'm into
Both
the new year. I'm into the new year, Chair.
Okay, all right, let's look at some time, I would say February, early February.
Okay.
So for the February 9th, 10th hearing, it would be January 22nd would be the submission date.
Is
Does
that
that work
good
for you?
Yes.
Okay.
And if you need to, need more time, please reach out
Jayla.
to the project manager.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Are we closing?
yes.
Yes, we are. One sec. The motion to close, Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay,
Aye,
thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 20, 2024-09 BZ, 401 Park Avenue, Brooklyn.
All right. I see Mr. Jordan Mose. Do we need to bring the opposition also into the?
Yeah, Jella said the opposition wanted to speak or something. She sent a text message.
Who-
Hmm?
I only see Jordan. Oh, I see Amber. Okay. Sorry. Should we be letting the opposition also in now?
She's got all these people.
Do we also need the opposition in at the same time?
No, they're not gonna speak yet.
Yeah, but do they need to be in? But they don't need to be sworn in. Do they need to be sworn in?
No.
So who are from the opposition? The opposition council?
Michael Keane and Erica Swanson. We'll just let them know that for a minute.
I don't see,
George Peters, Erica Keane, Erica Swanson.
I don't see Erica Swanson.
She's in the room.
Oh, she's in the room. Okay.
Yeah. So, Mr. Most, it's just you and Ms. Cautelan?
Italian, yes.
Italian. Sorry, Amber.
That's okay.
You say tomato, I say tomato. I don't know. I just. It's the only two? Okay, so let me swear you in. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond nicely to board member questions?
I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
You want to state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Jordan Most, from Brian Cave, Leighton Basner on behalf of the applicant. And we obviously, we were listening to the review session, and there's really not that much to say at this point. Obviously, the chair alluded to the air quality problem, which is the principal issue before us, I believe. There are a number of other things that we're waiting on a reply from DEP, but we're also waiting on materials from DOT, and I think I guess we're sort of treating those as maybe secondary items. They're all very important, but we need a reply from DEP in order to move to the next step, which we hope we'll be able to do. I think that's really all I had. I mean, I know you've seen you acknowledge the FDNY no objection letter, but that's really what's before us. I think.
Yeah, I really think the air quality report is the most critical one. And I remain concerned that the building is operating, there are children there, they're studying, and no, and this is kind of dragging on, and that is concerning to me. Any questions or comments? All right.
I will say that I asked, if I could, that I asked the client to explore the pricing and possible implementation of some mitigation measures to, if anything, assuage the chair's concern about the ongoing nature of the application and continued use of the building. So
Well,
we're exploring that.
I understand. It shouldn't really have come to us for that. It should have been done well before, but be that as it may, we are I don't even know if you're close to any conclusion of any sort. Anything else? Should we hear from the opposing? No, opposing counsel?
Public, they're so public.
First public, then the opposition?
They're still public.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they still have to get testimony, so, okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, yeah.
Sorry. I haven't.
So, do you want to, thank you, Jella, sorry. Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2024-09BZ, 401 Park Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-111-8634 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you are in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
All right, I will, I think from the opposition, we have,
I'm gonna timing them, right?
who do we have in the room?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson. George W. Peters from George W. Peters PC. We represent Hercules Heat Treating Corporation and Rizzo Research Corporation, the end user and the owner of 101-110 Classen Avenue. We're the next door neighbors.
Okay.
I'm joined today with my colleagues, Michael Keene, our planner, as well as Erica Swanson, our traffic engineer.
Okay.
I just wanted to address a comment that I heard in the executive session. We did submit a technical memorandum drafted by Mr. Keene with regard to air quality, basically just summarizing that, it's up to DEP to determine mitigation measures, et cetera, in compliance with SECRA standards. And we did submit a traffic letter, to reiterate some concerns that we had expressed at the last public hearing on this matter, and also some additional concerns that were raised by the amended EAS that the applicant submitted. I'd like to turn the floor over to Ms. Swanson so she could elaborate a little bit on her traffic letter. So I'll do that now.
Go ahead, Ms. Swanson.
Hi, thank you for having me today. It's a beautiful day outside, in case you were curious. It was loud indoors where I was, so I decided I'd let everybody enjoy the beautiful weather. But so I'm Erica Swanson. I'm a principal at Swanson Engineering. I've testified at another BSA meeting for this matter, and I'm a registered PE in New York State. So as Mr. Peter just mentioned, we had submitted our response memo. So I just wanted to go through a couple of those points briefly while we're here, since we know you guys have the memo. But first being that we had reviewed the New York City DOT and the school safety comments, and we agreed with all of the comments that they had provided. We also reviewed the documents that were revised and resubmitted by the applicant. So a couple things that we wanted to note. The first was for the analysis within the EA. We had noticed some of the table totals don't match as far as the pedestrian analysis went, and I think the vehicle trips too. So some of the tables, like within the tables themselves, the totals didn't match, and between tables, sometimes the totals didn't match. So it appears that sometimes it may be a rounding error, but other times they actually appeared to be incorrect. So we just wanted to make that note, make sure the applicant updated those tables. Something else that we wanted to discuss was that street furniture was proposed by the applicant within the document to help mitigate some of the issues with vehicles parking on the sidewalks. We feel that street furniture, because it's a proposed condition, should be included as part of the proposed pedestrian analysis. Street furniture like benches, tree boxes, that kind of thing take up a lot of space, and they definitely impact pedestrian level of service depending on where you are. So that was something that we would like to see included as part of the proposed level of service results for pedestrians. Another comment that we had previously that I believe it was I think it was school safety, but it might have been DOT, but either way, it was one of those comments was related to the origin and destination studies for the pedestrian routes for the analysis. The applicant, I believe it was school safety, but the applicant said that they use zip codes to assign students along the routes that they take to walk to and from the school. But since the school is currently operating, we feel that they should use, and school safety commented on it, that the applicant should use the actual travel patterns for the students and the teachers, because those travel patterns are readily available to be collected and shouldn't be based on theoretical walking paths. So with that being said, we continue to be concerned by the lack of the applicant to implement proactive safety improvements. This is also something that was commented on. With school safety, the EIS states, and I quote, "Students walking to and from the school are expected to all have access to safe walking routes," unquote. But the EIS also states that there are deficiencies and safety concerns with the existing sidewalks. So we think that's something that should be addressed as soon as possible while this application is ongoing. Another thing we'd like to discuss are the parking study. The DOT has asked the applicant to engage with the community board regarding the parking and the parking changes that they'll be proposing on the curb. And we feel that a parking study should be conducted in order to provide quantitative information to the community board so they can understand the real impacts that the school would have on the neighborhood as far as parking goes. And then finally, we still haven't gotten clarification on bus use. I know this came up in our previous memo, and then when we had talked about it at the last BSA meeting, the applicant had stated that buses were not used, and then we let them, or reiterated, I guess, that we had actually seen students getting off the bus and heading into the school while we were there on a site visit. So we haven't, I believe the applicant at that point had said that they would look into it further, but we haven't received any information about that. So we are still curious about the school bus use and whether the applicant uses a bus company for transportation services for their students.
All right, yes, thank you. I believe Mr. Mose and Ms. Kartalian are taking notes on these matters. But largely, I think the comments that you raised are going to be driven by DOT and DOT review standards and procedures. We have to be consistent, so that would be the driving factor. No problem.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from your team, Mr. Peters?
No, not at this time, unless anyone on the board has any questions for Mr. Keen with regards to his technical memorandum dated October 9. Other than that, we rest at this time. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
I unfortunately did not find the technical report. Did others did?
Yeah. Okay. I thought it was a helpful summary of the revised EAS as regards air quality. It's there dated 10/10.
Okay, I will then review it.
I sent another courtesy copy over to Jella as well, so I could recirculate that if needed.
It's okay. If one of the commissioners, I reviewed your case earlier on, and so I probably didn't see the latest submission. So it was
not a problem at all. I live in a sea of paper myself. I understand.
Mr. Most, one of the questions that was raised about the bus, whether the school uses the bus or not, that is critical, and that would affect the DOT analysis. So,
of course,
you need to verify and do a thorough site investigation and assessment operationally with the.
We will.
To respond to that question.
We will.
And I guess, Ms. Kartalian, you know what the standards and procedures of DOT is in reviewing pedestrian level of service analysis, especially with proposed street furniture conditions and other things. So you will factor all of that in. I'm not sure what the criteria is, but
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to just confirm receipt of both the tech memo and the traffic report prepared by Swans Engineering. I do have them. I have reviewed them. I think we're right now very focused in on the air quality component of this and DODP review. That said, we are prepared to fully respond to all of the comments raised by Erica, as well as the comments in the technical memorandum related to traffic, and we will provide a response in writing to make sure that we satisfy all of the outstanding comments and coordinate with DOT as well. I think DOT school safety, we haven't been fully engaged with them for a few months now. We did submit responses for DOT technical division, but not DOT school safety. So we do acknowledge we have comments from them, related to street furniture and safety implementation, and we do intend to respond. We just have not yet.
Okay, yes, understood. We also, from our end, we are also prioritizing the air quality as the first and foremost issue that needs to be resolved quickly. So, okay, any other questions or comments? So I think the best thing would be to wait for, I get afraid when I say wait because I don't want this situation to keep lingering on. So we all have to work together to make sure DEP responds and DEP's comments are responded to as quickly as possible by the applicant. And so let's try to keep that focus and get that moving. Ms. Prenger, you have your hands up.
I just wanted to state, I did send this to DOT and school safety actually as well on September 25th. But if you want, we can send any follow-up response that you have to school safety's comments specifically as well. Thank you.
So you're saying Ms. Swanson's report was sent to DOT?
No. I'm saying the applicant's EAS and response to DOT comments was sent to both school safety and DOT.
Okay. And so my question is, did the response reflect the comments that were raised by Ms. Swanson?
I'd have to look into that. I can't say yes or no right at this moment.
Okay, because that especially the school bus is going to be a critical factor, and that needs to be looked at. And because I really don't want our sister agencies' time be taken in reviewing something that may not have captured all the operational factors that would affect the review process.
Madam Chair, I can respond to that. The responses in the last submission were specific to DOT technical comments related to the level of service. I think there's some responses outside of that in this technical memorandum from Swans Engineering that would not have been captured.
Okay, I think yeah, I'm concerned that this is getting piecemealed. And so it is important for DOT to know of the comments that we are getting from the opposition council, and also for you to respond to those comments for us and for DOT in its review. Especially I'm about the school bus, because it will also affect the mobile source review for air quality and the number of school buses. Then do you need a school drop-off pickup? That zone that will affect your traffic analysis, those counts. Yeah, and then the other one was the DOT. Did you respond to the DOT's comment of using the existing body of students to determine the travel pattern?
I have to go back into our responses. Our traffic engineer had prepared a response to that. I believe we responded, but I don't think we went back and adjusted the assignments to be specific to, I think they were talking about a specific movement that was observed at the time of the field reconnaissance in the memorandum. I have to go back and check. I know that we did provide a written response to DOT school safety comment related to that.
I remember seeing that. I'm trying to find it now, but there's a number of things in response to DOT and school safety that I believe your office has referred to being will be listed in a post-approval commitment letter. And so ultimately, we're waiting for the air quality to see if this is even a go, but I have follow-up questions about exactly how many things are you listing in a post-approval commitment letter and like delineating what those things are and why some of those things couldn't be done during this approval process. But as the chair said, the approach we're taking right now is to see where DEP lands on the air quality first. But that is something that I am looking for is should we move forward past the air quality issue?
Yeah, I think our concern right now is some of the school safety items, specifically, changes to pedestrian ramps and some of the street furniture. Those are costly measures. Those are measures that take time related to permitting processes. We really need to make sure that we're past this threshold.
Yeah, agreed. I think that's the first thing.
Air quality. I'm tracking everything on my end related to comments that are outstanding and have not been responded to. I don't want to skip over anything or provide partial responses. And personally, I hate the piecemeal responses. This is just kind of where we're at with this project specifically, but I will make sure that we do our due diligence to coordinate with DOT once we have a path forward and respond it fully to all outstanding comments.
Yeah, and I know you do that. But I just want to make sure to be on record that it is being done. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Peters, any other questions you have, comments?
No, nothing for us at this time. I think everything's been addressed. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you. I think the best would be, as I was saying, would be to see how the review of the DEP is coming along. And based on that, we will try to schedule a hearing and notify opposition counsel, and the reports will be shared with them. And then we'll schedule a hearing date according to that. But I'm hoping that it would be awesome if we can hold a hearing in December, if not definitely January. We have to aim for that. I cannot have this push out so far into the next year. Okay, so we'll keep you all posted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kindly.
Okay, thank you.
Zoning calendar, new cases, 2025-09BZ, 1660 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn. Elise Fuller.
I also should have a Kendrick Lamb.
Yeah.
Hendrik, oh.
Hi. We good?
Yep.
Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Elise Fuller from Eric Palatnik PC. I'm here with Kendrick Lamb, the architect. Thank you so much for your comments. We heard them. We have a few questions, but we are going to go back and try to redesign this building per your comments. I wanted to first say you are correct. We are going to the community board tonight with the shadow study that was done upon the request. Responding to Commissioner Yoon and the shadow study, we really focused on the homes on Day Hill that were behind us, and that's what we looked at. The shadow study also incorporates those other two, but that's why we talked about the impact, but we understand your point about also looking at those homes that are on 24th. So we will provide a radius diagram that more clearly shows, the rears and all the yards, including those on 24th Street. So
yeah, those are the ones that are more really impacted.
Yeah, so I guess the reason that we stated in our statement of facts, we focused more on the other ones, and so that I understand the point, and we'll go back and revise that. So I just wanted to know where our thought process was.
Right.
And then Jella pointed out and just agreed that we had a conversation with the client, and we we're going to, but I think we have to redesign a lot anyway, but the bottom floor will be general retail or commercial space. That was the intention going forward. But Kendrick, if you want me to turn to you, you can, I know you had a few questions about setbacks and different things, and you just wanted to update commissioners with what you were thinking, so. We can either share the plans, you can share them, I can share them, or you can just speak whatever you think is easier for you.
Thank you. And yeah, I appreciate the board's comments, questions. So just a few things, if can be clarified, because I heard a few dimensions thrown around as far as the rear setback, where we're trying to get the special permit for. We did propose a 5-foot setback for the upper stories on the addition. I heard that, potentially pushing it to 10 feet versus 20 feet, specifically like, 20 feet for, the ones that are closer to the tangent along 24th Avenue, which is something that we could definitely look into and potentially design around. But as far as the larger of the two larger lots, if we do need to push a little bit more to a 10 feet, I think there's some conversation there. And then we're definitely going to relook at the front setback and trying to push out a little bit more on what's as of right. And just to kind of clarify, as far as the street wall height of 30 or 35 feet, I believe it is 35 feet if it's community facility. There's like a specific thing for that. So with the 35 feet limitation, I think we can do something about the second floor. From then the sky exposure plane from 35 feet, we might be able to modify the third floor as well. But I believe we still need to ultimately ask for some sort of reduction in buffer on the extension area. But I think that would be a later conversation once we revise the drawings.
I have it as 30 feet, and then above the height of above the height of 30 foot, it's a 1-to-1 sky exposure plane.
Oh, there was so it's not part of the chart. I don't know if you're looking exactly on the zoning resolution. I'm just gonna pull it up quickly. It's a 42. 43. Right. Okay. So 40. We're looking at 43, 43. Under the second paragraph towards the middle, it says for M11 districts for community facilities, maximum height of front wall shall be 35 feet or 3 stories, whichever is less, and the height above the street line shall be 35 feet. Just want to see if that still applies to our situation.
And what's the sky exposure plane? I must have then looked at the commercial. Okay.
No, it's because it's not in the table. I see that now.
I'm guessing the sky exposure plane still abides by the table at 1-to-1.
1-to-1?
1-to-1.
I mean, this exception is specific for a community facility building, which is used only for a community facility use. And it seems like you're going to be a mixed use building.
Yeah.
So I don't know that the 35 feet would be available to you as of right.
Right. So I guess that's a question as well. I don't know if it's because it's predominantly community facility, then the predominant use is community. I don't know if we will we fall under that or we don't. So
take a look at it. It says used only for a community facility use as it's defined in the zoning resolution, which would not be your building.
Okay.
As far as I'm reading it, if you want to get a ZRD1 to interpret that, that's obviously your prerogative, but the way I'm seeing it is just for a community facility use, and you are proposing commercial uses on the ground floor, from what I understand.
Right. Okay, yeah. So yeah, we'll take a look into that if it's 30 or 35 feet, and I guess that will come from the commissioner from building department is, as you said, CRD1. So we'll take a look at that. And then as far as like the parapet wall, I do see that. I think we're gonna have to modify that in order to be within the, you know, because it's not permitted obstruction, we have to be within the sky exposure plane. So we'll make those modifications. Yeah, and as well as a lot of the other comments that you made as far as the interior layout, everything, I think we're gonna go back and relook at that as well, and try to design accordingly, and for sure provide the minimum fixtures that are necessary for a space like this. Yeah, I think that's all the questions that I have.
And then I guess I just have one more plan comment that just came to mind. We have now the existing set for the floor plans, but do you also need an existing set for the site plan, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so because we have the survey we submitted, but I'm just making sure
The
that
survey didn't have, I was actually looking for some of the dimensions of the rear yard. I don't remember seeing that. in the
Okay.
survey.
Yeah,
So we had it.
I was having a hard time understanding what the rear yard was on the furthest, I forget the lot number, but the smallest lot. And
21.
the existing plans, I see them, you have floor plans now, and maybe I missed them, but in the most recent Friday submission, I see those, but we need a site plan.
That's what I thought. So I'm just, you know, while we go back and
And to clarify, there is no existing cellar basement condition for this building.
So the parking would be dug underneath the existing building.
Correct. That's also why we ended up not continuing the automotive uses, because they're not going to be in place while the construction is happening anyway. It's going to be underpinned and dug out for the lots 21 and 23.
Okay. Seems like a difficult task.
Yeah.
It is.
Um,
I would
so, one of the question was, when you're asking for the waiver for the rear yard, the question is, why is the building pushed back from McDonald's Avenue, especially when you can build to the street line up to the height of, if you're saying it's 35, up to the height of 30, why can't it be done? And again, a lot of it is also driven by the height of the building. The third floor height and the fourth floor height, the second and the third floor height is very high for a space of that nature. So that is also begging the question of why does the neighbor have to deal with such a tall building within an encroached area? If it was not within an encroached area, you won't be here. But you're in an encroached area and you're exceeding the height, then that you're actually well beyond the height that would be permitted in that encroached area. So that needs to be scaled back significantly. And I, for one, I did say you do need to maintain a 20-foot rear yard, especially along those buildings, and then reduce it to 10. Commissioner Yoon suggested, why can't it be all 20? And I'm open to that.
I think what I'd like to see is a thorough rear yard analysis showing the context of what exists on the block so that we can make a clear determination. Right now, we don't really have a clear diagram showing any of these existing conditions with any dimensions. So I'd like for you guys to come back with something that feels responsive to the actual site conditions and that shows us that. And then maybe we land somewhere in between. I'm not sure.
I agree with Commissioner Yoon on that. So do provide that study and kind of walk us through as to why you need whatever the required depth waiver.
Understood. Actually, in regards to another question about the back that you guys had was, the noise and mainly the noise issue. We definitely can scale back on like the penetrations and make it opaque and fixed. Just kind of putting it out there that we're able to do that.
Oh, and regardless, and I think regardless of whether you maintain a 20-foot, 5-foot, 10-foot rear yard, you have to maintain those window wall attenuation, opaque, fixed window conditions, and noise attenuation.
Understood.
And no exhaust along the rear lot line. So those are given,
right,
regardless of what the rear yard depth is. So
understood.
Okay.
Ms. Prenga's hand is
Ms.
up.
Prenga?
I just wanted to state that this is under review. The EAS is under review for noise, air quality, and hazardous materials by DEP. They have it in hand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Want to go to the public?
Yes, let's go. Any other questions or comments?
Sorry.
Let's go to the public.
Want to put the screen up, Joe? Good afternoon. We're currently discussing calendar number 2025-09BZ, 1616 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-111-863 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application. How much of the time are they looking for? Oh, Ms. Prenga's hand is up again?
Ms. Prenga, yes?
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to note that the EAS does identify that sound attenuation, window wall attenuation of 338 dBA must be provided on all facades and closed window condition and alternate means of ventilation. But like I said, under review, just wanted to state that they are identifying that themselves. Thanks.
Thank you.
And I guess in regards to time, obviously, we would like a good amount of time because we have a lot of work to do. So
Yeah,
I would say 2 or 3 months, whatever, like, maybe.
yeah.
New year.
Yeah, I would say January is probably more so you can pick whether you want the first of early
Sorry.
January hearing or the latter January hearing. Latter January hearing, the submission is when?
For the January 13th hearing, because you'll be in the second day, the Tuesday. 12/29 is the submission date. For the January 27th hearing, submission would be January 8th.
Would
You
say
wanna-
probably that one, right, Kendrick? Because it's holidays and just in case people go away
Yeah.
or something, just to.
I
catch-
agree.
The end of January?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you again.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Next, final item is 2025-16BZ.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
can we take 2 minutes break?
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break, ladies and gentlemen, and resume at 1:30. Yeah, I gotta fix this. Can you,
Yep.
mic's off?
Still lit.
Yeah.
Oh.
You still take Neptune up to Park Slope every day to run in
Prospect
Prospect Park?
Yeah, we didn't make it this morning, but yeah. It's been, I used to let him off leash more, but he's.
With other dogs?
Yeah, there's like a couple that pee for no reason, just. So.
The boy thing,
With
the
the-
boy dog thing.
Yeah. And I thought I had it pretty figured out, like the bigger dogs generally, bigger boys. He's always like, oh, I will, you know, otherwise he's like the most lovable dog. So we go into the woods and I'll let him out, because then he's just like squirrel hunting, that's fine. There's this one little white rescue dog, that's probably 30. He just.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Members of the board, please ensure your microphones are on. Ms. Matias, we are live, recording and streaming. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. We're back on the record. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for October 21st, 2025. Please note for the record that Commissioner Sheta, oh, wait. Is he out?
Yeah.
Oh, no, no.
I'm on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Okay, he's
He's
here.
joining us remotely.
He's joining remotely.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner.
That's okay.
Okay. Final item is 2025-16BZ, 583 East 23rd Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, I've let Mr. Lobel in to join as panelist.
Barbara Cohen,
Cohen,
Jed Weiss.
they need to raise their hand so that I know who
Oh,
all.
Mr. Weiss, are you coming in? Mr. LaBelle, is Mr. Weiss joining you?
He is,
Okay, and Mr. Palante, correct?
correct.
Okay.
We should also have Amber Cartalian.
So,
Busy day for him.
Is Jed Weiss also going to join?
Yeah, there we go.
is Preston Wyatt and Zev Nirenberg, pardon my, Nirenberg, part of your team, sir?
Zev Nirenberg is.
Excuse me?
Zev Nirenberg is part of the team, the applicant.
You can join. Bring him in so we don't have to do it twice for,
Who? Who is the?
Zev Nirenberg. Pardon the pronunciation of the name. Just the gentleman Zev.
Zev Nierenberg. Zev Nierenberg. All right. All right. I think we should.
No, he's not in yet.
Oh, and Amber Kite. She's not there in the, or is she in the room? No, Amber is not in the room.
Amber's told me that she's trying to join, but the system will not let her.
Yeah, we're having problems still. I don't know. She was just in. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Can we proceed without her? And if
Chair, I'm a little concerned because traffic and parking is an element that was discussed by the board at executive session. Maybe I'll tell her to log out, log in again, see if that works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, Mr. LaBelle, I'm going to try to send her an internal invite from here. Let me see if it works, okay?
Please.
Sitting all day.
Yeah, Mr. LaBelle, a message was sent. I'm just not sure if it's successful.
She received that by email?
I'm sorry?
She would receive that by email, the message?
She would have, yes.
Okay, I told her to check. She said that she's been invited as a panelist, but after she clicks, nothing happens. Hopefully the new link works.
can I though say something? I think based on the questions that we have raised, the whole variance application is the more critical one because
Okay.
that go to the next question of the need for the special permit even.
Sure.
So let's start with that. Let's start with the variance part, and when the question specific to the special permit comes up, we will see if by then Ms. Kartalian has joined us. How about
Okay,
that?
great.
Let's swear everybody in. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
I do.
State your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments, whoever is the lead.
Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. We are here, of course, for 583 East 23rd Street. As this is an initial hearing on this matter, I would just briefly recite some of the background for the board. The property in question has an existing roughly 5,000 square foot building on the site at 2 stories. It is a building that was originally designed for religious use. This was pursuant to a board grant dating back to June 2009. In the intervening years, the religious organization was unsuccessful at populating the site, and so has sold the property and pursuant to court approval as is required in the state of New York. We now are bringing this application to allow for a ambulatory diagnostic facility, which would offer oncology, hematology services, and others at the site. And while we have heard the board's comments at executive session and understand the need to be a BSA, we would note that this in actuality is a very minor application. There are no new bulk waivers being sought in terms of changes to the building. The building, what you see is what you get. There would be internal changes to the building, but none of the additional bulk regulations are implicated. And so we are left with 2 waivers. The first, a waiver in terms of the use of the property for medical offices greater than 1,500 square feet. And as the board is aware, this is addressed through the special permit pursuant to 73-134, and so is required to meet separate criteria, admittedly rather modest in the scheme of special permits, primarily relating to open area and distribution on the zoning lot in terms of the character of the neighborhood. And while we know that we can discuss this before the board, we note that this is within an existing building, which was also found to be within the character of the neighborhood back in 2009. And that just leaves us with a parking waiver, which means that the totality of this building, which was designed for congregation numbering greater than 80 people at services, can now be constructively utilized by a medical office with a parking waiver. The board at hearings asked what the disposition of the community board was for this application. The vote taken last night, which I did attend, was 39 in favor, none against, an approval of the requested variance. So we do have that from the community board, and would note that at the time of the 2009 application for the church, Community Board 14 voted against approving this application. So what has happened in the interim? We have demonstrated to the community board and hopefully to the board that the minor changes that would be required of the building and the use of the property for medical office, and really indeed specialized medical office, is consistent with the character of the area as was required pursuant to both the special permit and the variance. And we have work to do as an applicant team. We heard the board's comments, our presentation and materials, which were based on an as-of-right scenario involving demolition of the building, was done specifically because in an as-of-right scenario, this building could not exist, meaning that the building was done through the benefit of BSA waivers. And so the understanding as an applicant team was that for a truly as-of-right scenario, we would need to demolish the building. We now understand from executive session that the chair and the commissioners seek a scenario in which we modify the existing building to allow for, among other things, as-of-right residential use in the form of a 2-family building. We have talked about that as an applicant team. We will provide the materials requested by BSA, and so will not belabor that point at this hearing. So really our goals here would be very limited in terms of, one, making sure that we're able to provide the board with the correct information and materials so that we can have a productive hearing at the next hearing. But secondly, we would also note in terms of the legal precedent that was provided to the board, specifically the 1985 decision of the Second Department in terms of Comco versus Imelkin. Our goal here is not to basically say that the existing building can be changed to allow for residential use, and that is the end of the application. That is not what we are required to prove, nor was it what was required of the applicant in Comco versus Imelkin, in which the applicant had an existing obsolete school building, which there the zoning board was requiring the applicant convert the property into residential use. The applicant and the zoning board in Comco noted that the area was a dense residential area and that it was entirely appropriate and likely would make financial sense for the applicant there to convert that property to residential use. So the point of our application and process here is not to demonstrate that the building can be used for residential use. If you did enough work on any building, you could make it feasible for residential use. The point of this application is to demonstrate that it's not a feasible use. And we will so demonstrate through an analysis by both Mr. Palante and Ms. Cohen to demonstrate that the work that would be required would not provide for a feasible use of the building as a residential building. And importantly here, when looking at the nature of the waivers and the extent of the variance actually being requested in terms of a reduction in parking from 12 to 2, we're confident that we can make the necessary findings here. And moreover, that the tremendous amount of work that was done by Ms. Kartalian in terms of demonstrating that the parking and traffic here would not be unduly burdensome really goes a long way into demonstrating that the variance that's requested here is feasible and would allow for feasible use of the property. So again, we thank the board for the comments at executive session. I know that that there were specific questions in terms of pickup and drop off that were addressed, in terms of environmental review, as well as other issues. I don't know, Chair, whether or not, given what we've said, there's anything specifically that you'd like to call out. I could also just have Ms. Kartalian briefly address her traffic and parking studies.
Yeah, I see Ms. Kartalian is now in the room.
Okay, let me swear her in. Where is she?
I'm here. I'm on phone. I can't get on. Sorry. On my
Okay,
computer.
so just, I'll swear you in. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board responds to the board member questions?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Amber Kartalian with GZA Geoenvironmental. I listened to the review session comments, and I wanted to address a few comments that were raised related to how we determined the peak demand hours as well as the modal splits for patients. So I will start with the peak demand hours. So these were developed based on the type of facility and the number of infusion rooms as well as treatment rooms. So here we have the 9 infusion rooms as well as the 6 treatment rooms. And we've basically, we've prepared this conservatively based on the time, the duration in which patients are expected to remain in any of these rooms. So patients that would be getting infusions are typically in the infusion rooms for 3 hours, but they're first seen in the regular treatment rooms at an intake for approximately an hour. And then there's also initial consultations for patients that are seen only in the intake rooms and the treatment rooms. So based on that, we've essentially assumed throughout the course of the operations on any given day, I believe we're 9 to 5 or something during those hours, that they would be fully utilized by patients all throughout the day. So with that, we've basically gotten the number of patients that would be utilizing the infusion rooms on a daily basis. So we're at conservatively approximately 18 patients, as well as the number of patients that could be utilizing the exam consultation non-infusion rooms, which is about 24 patients. So we've backed into it based on the actual operations that are expected at this facility and the max capacity of the rooms. That's how we got to that number. And in terms of the modal splits, we initially looked at DOT factors and city planning factors for a standard medical office, where you have 22% auto, 48% walking, and that just doesn't apply here. Just the nature of this use, you have patients that are coming for chemotherapy and coming for treatment that are not going to feel up to driving themselves or taking transit or walking. So we've modified those numbers to reflect based on judgment and the area, what would be reasonable for a patient based on these services. With about 25% driving themselves, about 10% being dropped off by car, and about 15% taxi, 35% paratransit, and so on. So that's how those were developed. It wasn't, this is a specific use. It's not your typical urgent care. And based on the patient populations, we've developed those numbers.
So, is there an existing facility? Does this particular practice have another facility that you're kind of using as a model, or no? I guess my question is, how are you really making that assumption that half of them will be dropped off and that they will be taking transit and driving and not all driving?
And it was based on discussions with Zev, who's on the call. We didn't physically survey existing patients. I just feel, given the nature of the type of medical office, and it felt a little bit intrusive to be actually performing surveys and having patients filling out surveys, with what they could be, trying to be sensitive with what they could be going through while they're visiting these facilities. Just based on discussions with the operator on how he expects things to function based on the existing location.
So I think one thing Council just reminded me, and I had it in my note, but I forgot. So much for taking notes. Was that, should the board consider granting this special permit, it would be for a medical facility. It's not going to specifically say it's going to be medical facility for a very specific type of medical preparation. So, because who knows, a few years down the road, this could become just a standard medical. So we have to assume the worst case for a medical facility. And so the analysis should reflect that and not what this specific use is going to generate. And whichever is the worst of the two is what really should be analyzed.
Understood. We can rerun, understanding that the actual number of patients served is based on capacity of the building. We can look at the modal
capacity. I think the capacity is because you have so many number of exams rooms, so many number of treatment rooms, or I think maybe those are fixed in some ways. But well, your treatment room can also become an exam room. So I think you have to kind of identify what is the worst case that can happen, and what is it you're proposing, and if you were to factor in more people driving in, which is really the most concerning factor, because that's going to affect the neighborhood character, that's going to affect traffic, that is the one that I would count more on and use that analysis.
Right. So this actually is what because DOT standard factors will tell you 22% are taking, driving themselves, 4% by taxi. Here we have 25% driving themselves, 15% for hire taxis. So we've actually evaluated the worst case condition as it relates to parking demand, as well as vehicle volumes in general.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the transit part of it either. Wouldn't more people be driving?
Transit under DOT factors is 26%. We've assumed 10. So our factors are assuming more total driving trips and more total drop-off trips, whether it's paratransit or taxi, than what DOT assumes.
So I think maybe it would be helpful if you can provide that clarity in your statement. I think it would be good if you can compare it. It was kind of stated in different locations, so maybe a better clarification would be helpful is what a typical
Yeah, I can
facility requirement would be required and where you are actually amplifying the worst case situation.
Yeah, I can prepare a memorandum with a comparative table that shows side by side. That's not a problem. And then I just wanted to touch on one more item, which is the drop-off and pickup operations. You know, we've had some back and forth on this since we've made our last submission. And, you know, previously the understanding was that vehicles would be dropped off, or vehicle drop-off would occur on Farragut. Just given, we're going to explore the feasibility of potentially making the ramp so that it's accessible to Farragut and keeping the entrance the same. I think reconfiguring the building to accommodate, like the interior of the building to accommodate drop-off on Farragut isn't quite as reasonable based on my discussions with Joseph, who's on this call. That said, an alternative that I wanted to propose is if portion of Farragut, let's say half of it, approximately 50 feet, was designated for drop-off and pickup, and then you had an area on 23rd, the frontage of 23rd designated for drop-off and pickup, you could treat Farragut as kind of spillover, and then they could actually exit the vehicle from 23rd, providing direct access to the ramp as it stands currently. If one of the concerns was the entrances and how they're accessing the lobby.
Yeah, I thought the way the lobby is oriented, it has frontage both on 23rd, right? 23rd or 26th? What's the street?
East 20.
East 23rd.
Sorry, 26th and Farragut. So the lobby entrance, the way you have it. I don't think there is much that you would have to do other than providing a ramp access from Farragut and just removing some of the lot line landscaping to make that possible and providing enough of a landing base for it. There really is not much of a exploration on that. I think I would want to see minimized amount of pedestrian and vehicular movement on the residential portion of this block as much as possible. The fact that you have these two vehicular parking spaces that can only be accessed from 26, there is no other alternative. Okay. But the rest of it can all be done through Farragut. And so look into that.
Okay, and then, yeah, and then the last question was who would be utilizing the two off-street parking stalls?
Right.
It's my understanding, and Zeb, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's my understanding that those would be designated for staff or not patient parking.
Yeah, Amber, I'm not sure whether Zeb was successful in joining, but I think that understanding is correct.
Okay, so for my to-dos, I will provide a memorandum that shows kind of a comparative analysis between our existing factors and using kind of DOT standard factors. And then we will explore modifying the ramp to be consistent with the Farragut drop-off, as well as showing the proposed signage changes on the site plan.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions, clarification? Do we, Commissioner, do you want to provide any clarity with regards to the financing for the as of right and right?
I mean, I think just to close the door on the possibility of using that building for a different use as of right is what should be explored.
Okay.
So I won't say it has to be residential, but it should be some exercise that shows keeping the building is just not going to work unless we're keeping it for the proposed.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Any questions from the team?
I'll ask the applicant team to chime in if they have any questions. Chair, I just want to clarify the record with regards to two discrete items. The first is, I know that East 26th Street was mentioned in the discussion. It's actually East 23rd Street.
Oh, 23rd, okay.
Correct. And then the second, just to clarify, just the history of the vote. The community board was 39 votes in favor, 0 against a grant of the application for the variance and special permit. District Manager Sean Campbell from the community board was kind enough to forward me the records of the prior vote in 2009 for the church. And that was 33 in favor, 0 against, recommending a denial of the application. So they were unanimously opposed to that initial variance application, but given the discussions with the community board, they are now unanimously in favor of this application.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Let's go to the public.
The case that we're currently discussing is 2025-16BZ, 583 East 23rd Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 161-111-8634 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application. Time frame?
How much time will you need to revise all the documents?
Yeah, I'm going to defer momentarily to Mr. Palante and Ms. Cohen, given that Joe will need to provide as of right materials, or at least demonstrating a residential property, and Ms. Cohen will need to analyze those. Joe, how long do you think it would take to provide those?
In about 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay. So, and Ms. Cohen would require additional time.
Yeah, and part of that, of course, is part of that is obviously getting into the details of what it requires and the costs that go with it. Then I can do my work.
So, Chair, I think that the team would appreciate roughly 2.5 months for submission.
So I'm looking more like a February.
Yes.
So for the February 9th, 10th, actually the 10th, because you'll be on a Tuesday probably. It's a January 22nd submission. Would you make that?
I think that would be sufficient.
Yeah.
Can't believe it. We're already doing things for 2026.
Whoa.
That's where we are, Chair.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, are we're voting? Madam Chair?
Yes. Did everybody have a chance to see the DOT sign off?
Okay. I am recalling the decision case from October 20th, item number 10, 2022-65 BZ 2503-2519, Coney Island Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, now we have all the necessary sign offs and we have all the necessary documents revised. So the environmental conditions are that E designation has been placed on the zoning map pursuant to section 1115. And any further hazardous materials and assessments should be coordinated through the Mayor's Office of Environmental Remediation. Window wall attenuation with an OITC rating of 33 dBA shall be provided for the western facade at the fourth floor level and at the eastern facade at the second floor and third floor levels. All other facades shall have window wall attenuation of OITC of 28 dBA. An alternate means of ventilation shall be incorporated into the building in order to maintain a closed window condition, ensuring that acceptable interior noise levels are maintained at all times of the year. So, with that, now what I'm going to lay out are it should be granted, the conditions associated with it. So motion, this is to approve with the following conditions: that no school standing days, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Bus loading zone for a total length of about 57 feet shall be provided to facilitate the school bus drop-off and pickup of operations with the parking regulations in place prior to school opening. School loading zone size, locations, and signage are subject to DOT review and implementation. The school shall provide bus service for all K through 8 grade students. A security guard shall be deployed in front of the school to ensure drop-off and pickup operation is conducted safely and smoothly. Maintain a 10-foot clear unobstructed pedestrian space in the alternate front setback as per BSA approved plan by minimizing planting, as shown on the approved. I think we received the most recent approved plan also to that effect. School shall inform the local 61 precinct, New York Police precinct, about the incoming school and provide information about the opening date, anticipated increase in student pedestrian activity, including on Gravesend Neck Road. Applicant shall notify DOT 6 months prior to the school's opening for the installation of appropriate curb regulations, including school warning and loading signage, and submit a request via contact the commissioner form on the DOB website. As per the BSA approved plan, portion of second floor terrace shall be limited to passive recreation area, and area shall be surrounded by fence with STC rating of 28. Actually, this is contrary to what I read of the OITC. No, that's a window wall attenuation. Okay, no, that's fine. Rooftop shall be enclosed with a 10-foot high fence with STC rating of 28. There shall be no gathering on the second and the fourth floor terrace fronting the street, only to be accessed for maintenance purposes. There shall be no sound amplification devices on any of these outdoor spaces. And at all time of permitting the building, shall comply with all applicable regulations set forth at that time, including use of electricity as opposed to fossil fuel. Outdoor open area at grade at 10-foot high. I talked about that. Terrace. Yes, okay. I talked about the terrace on the second floor, roof on the second floor, outdoor. Yes, okay. I just want to make sure I've covered all the outdoor areas. Any other questions, any thoughts, any suggestions? Okay. Motion to grant.
Motion to approve, Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta, Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Yeah, I'm
Application.
here.
Oh, Commissioner Sheta, I'm sorry.
I vote aye. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Application has been granted. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the public hearing for October 21st, 2025. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you.
Why is it not?